that meeting work. If you would, if you have any comments about that, if you just let me know, then we'll set that meeting date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manius. Okay, do we have any Commissioners Court announcements? Any announcements from the members of the court?
I've got a couple. Number one, I think everybody saw the headlines about the bridge being funded at 287 in Bonds Ranch with the acceptance of a federal grant. That's incredible progress for our transportation department, incredible work by them, and the work on that Bonds Ranch corridor is only beginning. So we're very excited about bringing that development, the infrastructure development, to Precinct 4. That east-west connector is very, very important for the citizens. And second of all, I just wanted to thank my colleagues on the dais up here for their action, their swift action in helping us close the Temptations Cabaret after there was a recent homicide, and the swift action of our Criminal District Attorney's Office, District Attorney Phil Sorrells. Y'all know for decades that location has been a hub for criminal activity, and this court, when we brought it a month ago, decided enough was enough. And it proved to me that public safety is not a political issue, that we all coalesce and work behind it, and we all believe in it in Tarrant County. So I'm appreciative of the swift action, and I look forward to continuing to make sure that we keep our public safe as best we can. So thank y'all each.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the lead on that. Any other announcements? Okay, so we will be interviewing. We received a few over 30 applicants for the election administrator position, give or take a couple. And we have chosen to interview 9. The way that works is the 5 members of the election commission submit who they choose to interview. Anyone that asks to interview someone, we invite them for an interview. So there are 9 total that we'll be interviewing, and that all of them should take place this Friday. We anticipate that after we interview these 9, we will meet as a commission in closed session to discuss who we would like to bring back for interview number 2. Rule of thumb I follow: never hire anyone after one interview. So we may pick 2, 3, 5, 1. But we'll decide that as a commission and then invite the finalists, if you will, back for a second interview, which we will try to knock out the next week. It may be a week after, and then hopefully have an announcement on that soon. So that's the update on the election administrator search. If no other Commissioners Court announcements, we now move to the minutes. Do we have any corrections or motions?
Move approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, the minutes are approved unanimously. Next up, we have our proclamation section, and our first proclamation from Commissioner Brooks is Provider Appreciation Day.
Judge, thank you. I've got 2 proclamations. Both are for ratification only, but I'd like to read them both into the record. So, the first is Provider Appreciation Day, and it reads, whereas Tarrant County and organizations nationwide are recognizing child care providers on this day. And whereas child care provides a safe, nurturing place for the enrichment and development of millions of children nationwide and is a vital force in our economy. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic demonstrated how indispensable child care providers are for the well-being and economic security of young children, families, and communities in Tarrant County and in the state of Texas. And whereas child care programs, which are mostly small businesses, run and staffed predominantly by women, are still recovering from health and financial hardships stemming from the COVID-19 pandemic, while they have continued to meet the needs families. And whereas the citizens of Tarrant County recognize that child care has been a lifeline for families, communities, and the economy, and realizes that high-quality child care and quality early childhood experiences represent a worthy commitment to our children's future. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, hereby proclaim May 12, 2023 as Provider Appreciation Day in Tarrant County and encourage all citizens to recognize child care providers for their dedication to providing quality care and learning services and for the important role they play in our children's future. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 6th day of June 2023, and I move ratification of this proclamation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote, which I never took down. So there we go, 5-0. Okay, next up.
The second is a congratulatory resolution for President Frederick G. Slaybach, the retiring president of Texas Wesleyan University. And it reads, whereas President Frederick G. Slaybach has served as the 20th president of Texas Wesleyan University since 2011. And during his tenure, the university has reached new heights in areas of academic excellence, the student experience, and the revitalization of the campus and its historic neighborhood. And whereas President Slaybach received his bachelor's degree from Mississippi College, his law degree from the University of Mississippi, and his advanced law degree from Columbia University. And whereas prior to joining Texas Wesleyan as president, President Slaybach was CEO of the Harry S. Truman Scholarship Foundation in Washington, D.C. He served as the dean of the Texas Wesleyan University School of Law from 2003 to 2006 and has served in senior positions at the state and national levels of government. And whereas, under President Slaybach's leadership, Texas Wesleyan has made more than $50 million in capital improvements to the campus and the surrounding neighborhood. And the university endowment has doubled. Freshman applications have increased 282%. And overall freshman enrollment has increased more than 80% since 2011. And whereas in the fall of 2019, Texas Wesleyan dedicated the new $20.25 million 44,000 square foot Nick and Lou Martin University Center, the most significant capital improvement project at Texas Wesleyan in over a century. And whereas the Council for Advancement and Support of Education, CASE, honored President Slaybach with the 2019 Chief Executive Leadership Award for District 4, which includes the state of Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana, New Mexico, and Oklahoma. And whereas President Frederick G. Slaybach has developed and executed a bold agenda that cultivates student critical thinking, has increased enrollment, and has revitalized Texas Wesleyan's home in East Fort Worth as a vibrant academic and economic center. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby congratulate President Frederick G. Slaybaugh for his 14 years of dedicated service to Texas Wesleyan University and for a legacy of unifying the community to bring resources, educational support, and empowerment to the citizens of Tarrant County. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 6th day of June, 2023. And I move ratification of this congratulatory resolution.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passed unanimously. And I think a round of applause for him. Are you doing Fort Worth Vital Link summer internship?
Yes.
Okay.
The Fort Worth Vital Link Summer Internship Program is a collaboration between the Fort Worth Independent School District and the law firm of Lineberger, Goggin, Blair, and Sampson. Kids enrolled in this program spend 2 weeks in various branches of city and Tarrant County, filling the gap that has been created by the fact that we no longer teach civics in the public school systems in Texas. So this is a very vital program, and we are pleased to have with us today the Vital Link Scholars for 2023. Scholars, would you please stand? And they are joined by their wrangler for the week, the newest partner at Lineberger, Jordan Stimson. So I have a certificate for each one of you kids, each scholar. So when I call your name, please come forward, receive your certificate, and gather around so we can get a group shot. Armando Carrillo. Armando? Fernando Carrillo. Fernando. Leonel Serrano Casillas. Leonel. Marley Allen. Juan Alvarez. Aaron Anguiano. Eliano Anguiano. Ardena Fleming. Madison Houston. Rosalinda Pineda. Sophia Suarez. And Brielle Silva. Now,
Commissioner.
y'all turn and face the camera. All right, face the camera. Let's do this. Thank you. Please congratulate them. Move to receive and file this presentation.
All right, we have a motion to receive and file and a second. Please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. And next up, we have a proclamation recognizing Kennedale Moms of Color in City of Kennedale on observance of Juneteenth. Commissioner Simmons.
Yes. This is to recognize the city and Kennedale Moms of Color on their first official upcoming Juneteenth observance. Whereas on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln signed the final Emancipation Proclamation, which declares all persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state shall be then, thenceforward, and forever free. Whereas 2.5 years later, on June 19, 1865, some 2,000 Union troops arrived at Galveston Bay, Texas, and announced that the more than 250,000 enslaved black people in Texas were free by executive decree. And whereas the newly freed black people in Texas came to refer to and commemorate this date as Juneteenth, a term referencing a combination of the month of June and the number 19. And whereas in 1980, Texas became the first state in the nation to recognize Juneteenth as a state holiday. And whereas on June 17, 2021, President Joseph R. Biden in a ceremony that included Tarrant County's own Mrs. Opal Lee, who is known as the grandmother of Juneteenth, signed a bill establishing Juneteenth as the 11th holiday recognized by the federal government. And whereas in June 2022, the Kennedale Moms of Color planned and hosted the city's first community-wide Juneteenth commemoration. And whereas the Honorable Mayor of Kennedale, Jan Joplin, the City Council, and city staff at the urging of the Kennedale Moms of Color voted to officially adopt Juneteenth as a city holiday. Whereas on Saturday, June 17th, 2023, in the city of Kennedale, Juneteenth will be observed with a Freedom Day parade, educational and family activities, food and vendors, and live entertainment in Kennedale's Town Center Park. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize the City of Kennedale and the Kennedale Moms of Color and commend them for their continued efforts to reflect, educate, encourage, and remember history and promote equality and unity among all people. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 6th day of June 2023. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
so I have this proclamation. I'd like the city of Kennedale to come up. We have Mayor Jan Joplin and City Manager Darrell Hull, 2 council members, the Human Resources Director, Caroline Green. Is your city secretary here as well? Nope. And then, of course, the Kennedale Moms of Color, Mrs. Tamiko Sargent. I'm not sure who's all there. I have a long list. Felicia Moody, Constable Sandra Lee, Ebony Berry, Flora and Tiffany Relaford, Tiffany Lake, Tammy Loving, Beverly Chavez, Misty Tarkenton, and then students Victoria Lake and Malia Lake, and supporters Matthew Sargent. If you all would come up, I'll take a picture with you guys and give you your proclamation. We do have 2 of these. I don't see the other one, but we have one for each of you.
How are you? Good to see you. Thank you all for being here. Next up, we have our employee recognition time, and we're going to ask all of our, by grouping, ask you to stand so we can recognize you. First, our 5-year employees, Monique Benbow, Zachary Bodine, Eric Campbell, Tracy Goodwin, Stephen Groppe, Bethany Lopez, Melvin Ogle, Rogelio Perez, Kimberly Sadberry, Emilio Salazar, Russell Scott, and Savannah Thigpen. Thank you all for 5 years. We appreciate you. Our 10-year employees, is it Jaime or Jamie Abels? Well, okay. It's one of the two. Jose Hernandez, Cherie Holder, Russell Jones, Jacqueline Lee Crockett, Lizbeth Maldonado, Julius McLeod III, Miriam Salazar, Sandra Sintel, Jessica Southwick, and Arlinda Tipton. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your 10 years. All right, now for our 15 years, Arlene Blair, Paul Igasa, Elizabeth Eilers, Misty Foster, Jose Gonzalez. Jose has a fan club here. James Gottlich, Carlethia Jones, Erica Nelson, and Liliana Perez. Thank you all. All right, now for our 20-year. Anthony Black, James Fountain, James Lambeth, Chung Mar, Nellie Murphy Smith, Vivian Perez Guajardo, Shanta Pringle, Shane Rhodes, Leonard Salas, Charles Vanover, also known as Judge Vanover, Mark Ward Jr., Beverly Williams, and Judy Woodson. 20 years. Thank you all very much. All right, now we come to our 25-year employees. We have 3 of those and 1 30. So the first 25-year employee to recognize, Lee, where are you? Are you here? Lee Han. Okay, she couldn't make it. So let me read you some things about Lee. She was born in Tucson, Arizona. Oh, no, wait a minute. Actually, I'm gonna go to the next one. We'll get to Lee in just a second. Okay, next one up is Hilda Cardona. Hilda, where are you? Okay, hi Hilda. I got a chance to visit with Hilda this morning. She lives in River Oaks. She was born in Fort Collins, Colorado. She has 1 son that she's very proud of. She's been in public health for 25 years. And she doesn't look like she's worked anywhere 25 years. I told her that. She has 1 grandchild who's 10 months old, who to hear her talk about her grandchild was the beaming you could imagine. She really enjoys helping people, and that's what she does. She travels from clinic to clinic and gets to know the people that come into the clinics, and she really, really enjoys her coworkers. And she is just, I think, the perfect example of a quiet, humble servant. And not seeking credit or applause or anything else, just loves her job and loves to help people, and just such a nice, sweet person. Loves to travel. She's going to Las Vegas in August. I told her to stop by Bellagio, cool fountains. And she does a cruise every year. She's going on a cruise in September. And Hilda, for 25 years, thank you very, very, very much. Okay, next is Tina Provenza-Maddock. Tina, there you are. Hi, Tina. Okay, Tina, born in Fort Worth, graduated from Paschal, and has 1 daughter. And her daughter recently was hired at UTA where she got a biology degree, a BS in biology, and a master's in biology. And she's very proud of her daughter. She's been with the county clerk's office. She's been there 25 years. She's a records intake clerk. And when she came into my office, the first thing she said was, "I love that building," looking at the old courthouse where she works. And what she really likes about this place is she loves helping customers, and she volunteers for Texas Girls Choir. Her daughter was in it for 6 years, and she has a very special talent and ability. She brought me a really cool gift, brought me 3 to choose from.
Oh, my.
So,
That's beautiful.
that pretty cool. And she makes clocks, pins, she does woodworking, and she has multiple of these to choose from. So that is now on display in my office. Again, thank you very much. That's very cool. I'm the envy of everyone up here, I promise you. And if you would like to see her or talk to her about doing something for you, I've also asked her, and I told her I'm paying her for this, I've asked her to make me a little, whatever you call it, a little name deal for my desk. And but see her, she loves to do that, and you have to pay her. You can't let her do what you have. So Tina, thank you very much for 25 years. Okay, now, back to Lee. Lee, born in Tucson, Arizona, and this is special. Graduated from Azle High School, has 2 daughters, and Lee is not here, but Lee has worked for probation as a senior court officer. He's been in probation 25 years. For those that know Lee, he was a Tarleton grad. He got a bachelor's and a master's in criminal justice. And why I wanted to get to this here last is just a very good-hearted person, very appreciative of the benefits and the retirement. Says he works with really good people, loves to vacation in Gulf Shores, but his wife, who works for Denton County, has stage 4 breast cancer. Her name is Melissa. And they're doing experimental treatments, but it's pretty serious. And but they are at peace with where she is and what things are. So I'd just like to ask everybody, just take a moment of silence here and pray for Lee and his wife, Melissa. Thank you. Let's give a big round of applause for Lee for 25 years. Okay, and last but not least, 30 years, Cynthia Manuel. How are you? Hi, Cynthia. So Cynthia is also in probation, a supervision officer. She has been in probation for 30 years, been a trainer since day one. She was born in Gainesville, went to Gainesville High School. She's worked at DART, and she has a bachelor's degree from what was once called, back in our day, Southwest Texas State in criminal justice. She started with a caseload of 350 that has gone down over time, but it's now going back to that. And she is an athlete, ran track and played basketball. She has been a trainer in that position since the day she got here, lives in Fort Worth, and she is now on special assignment studying why people have absconded. And her most memorable moment, she went to do a home visit, and an animal came charging at her, and she got out and he hit the door, and it was a pot-bellied pig. And her comment to me, which I wrote down, I thought was something else. You don't hear that in my office very often. I don't do pigs. So, she has been a champion on a softball team with Tarrant County, and what she likes the most is helping others. And now it's the retirement. She never thought about it in the beginning, but now realizes how fantastic it is. Never thought she would be here this long, has really enjoyed her time at Tarrant County, still plays softball in tournaments. She plays shortstop, and she is a USSSA umpire. And she refs high school basketball. But she also, this year, was named USSSA Umpire of the Year for Texas, Arkansas, Louisiana. Very cool. Thank you, Cynthia, for 30 years. We appreciate you very much. And for all of you, again, a big round of applause. Thank you for your service to Tarrant County. Now, if you'll just follow Tom Wilder, he'll take you to the reception and show you where the food is. Okay?
So, Judge O'Hare and members of the court, after you all go ahead and do a receive and file on that, we have two additional items we want to remove from consent. Okay, before we do consent.
Yeah, GK, speak. Get a little closer to that mic, or somebody turn the mic up.
We have any reception? Judge, I want to speak from my
All right, yeah.
So, Your Honor, members of the court, if we could also include removal from the consent item, we will take it as a non-consent. One would be in the auditor's office, item B2. And then an additional one in the purchasing department, item J9. We'll take those, but not as a consent item.
Okay, thank you very much for that, GK. Yeah, good. All right, so we now have a consent agenda, which is, we have removed Auditor B2, Purchasing J9, DAE1, and Purchasing J5. Do we have any discussion or motions to make on the consent agenda as amended?
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Okay, consent agenda as amended passes unanimously.
Excuse me, Judge, did we receive and file the employee recognition?
I don't believe we did.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to receive and file the employee recognition. Please cast your votes. Okay, passes unanimously. All right, now, what do we got now? A1, approval of a resolution establishing a Tarrant County homestead exemption to property taxes pursuant to Section 1113N of the Texas Tax Code.
So thank you, Your Honor, and members of the court. This is something that the court had discussed in the month of May, and we said that we would bring this particular item back to the court after the adjournment of the legislature. And since they have adjourned last week, we are now bringing this to you for action. The court had suggested doing a 10% homestead exemption on qualified homesteads, and that the fiscal impact, just a quick comment on that and one or two more comments, is that while we believe that the estimated revenue that would be impacted coming to the county would be somewhere between $28 and $30 million, that's really going to be determined when we finally get the TAD rolls in July. But that's about the type of number that we're looking at. Also, just a reminder, this is a go-forward number. It would involve the current tax year of 23, but it is not retroactive to either delinquent taxes or to previous tax years. So with that, we've laid this before you for action.
All right,
And-
yes.
I'm sorry, I apologize, Your Honor. We have, I believe, 9 audience participation.
Yes, we have quite a few. Okay, any questions or comments from the court?
This is for a 10%?
This is for 10% on the county tax rate.
Move approval.
Okay. All right, we have a motion to approve the 10% homestead exemption on the county tax rate.
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion before I go to comments? Okay.
I just want to make sure, what's the average savings per home?
Do you have that?
Yes, sir, right there. It's
Why
right there.
don't you go?
In your packet, there should be a backup with the briefing that we gave back in April, and it's $34 is the average savings to a homeowner.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Now, keep in mind, while the average home, that's a small number now, with what appraisals have done, if you remember when we had this presentation, she had a chart that showed consider the same appreciation that we've seen the last several years, and it ends up being in the several hundreds of dollars 10 years down the road. So it right now it looks small, but I'll tell you, every dime helps, and y'all have seen the emails. I've seen the emails. So, okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion on
Well,
that?
I think maybe I'll get to some more comments after public comment.
Okay.
I have seen some communication and gotten some information from citizens about the tax rate as it is. But for clarification's sake, I wanted to say our Tarrant County tax rate as it is, how it's historically been set, we're about the 6th lowest in the entire state when it comes to the county tax rate. And that's between 254 counties, about the 6th lowest. So Tarrant County's done a very good job at being very fiscally responsible for decades. Now, if you look at the average inside of a municipality inside of Tarrant County, that's obviously an unincorporated tax rate and what the county can levy. But the cities, the school districts, that's where we absolutely need some help from the state. That's where we need some help from the school districts, from the cities, because from our position, I think we have to do everything possible to lower our tax rate, which is what we're doing. But that doesn't mean the discussion's over. We have to be champions everywhere, not just in this courtroom.
Right.
So I just wanted to point that out. It was brought to me a question about us having a very high tax rate in Tarrant County, and upon further research, we're actually one of the lowest in the entire state.
What's the, so what's the impact to the county's operating budget?
It's about $28 to $30 million, depending on where the protests come.
And so have we determined what operations, what programs, what takes a hit? Or do we make that up?
So no, we have not determined. We're just looking, we just finished the budget review meetings with the departments and discussed with each one of them their requests, and that we would be looking at this further and closer because we were having a homestead exemption and possibly a tax reduction. So they're all aware, but no particular item has been determined that we would reduce.
So for the public, this is on the agenda today because you have to notify TAD and the state of a homestead exemption by July the 1st. That's correct. The tax rate, which I anticipate we will cut the tax rate, but that is to be determined, but the tax rate will not be finalized, truly finalized, until a final vote sometime in September. It is required to be done by September 30th, and of course, with 2 meetings a month, it'll be the first or second meeting of September, and we welcome everyone's input and participation on that as well. So I have some comments. I guess I'll make them now. Why not? Depending on what city you live in, so Tarrant County, the Tarrant County government sets the tax rate for the county tax, property tax, and the JPS property tax. So depending on what city you live in, the county is responsible for your property taxes anywhere from about 20 to 24, maybe 25% of your overall property tax bill. If you're in Fort Worth, which is a much higher tax rate, it's a lower percentage. If you're in Grapevine, which I believe is the lowest tax rate in Tarrant County, then it's almost 25% of your total tax bill. So following this vote, we will have a discussion on JPS potential homestead exemption. But if you would like to speak, if you signed up to speak and you want to speak on A1 or A2, we're going to allow you to get up and speak now. So probably won't have you come back and speak for A2. So if you want to speak on either this homestead exemption in general, or the JPS homestead exemption, go ahead and come up to the microphone now as I call your name. All right, the first one I have, anything else, commissioners? Okay. All right, first up I have is Jim Smith. Is Mr. Smith here? Okay. Next I have Charles Wiedemeyer.
Good morning. Good morning. Watching the clock. I'm here to express support for you all establishing the homestead exemption for both the county and for JPS. I want to make just 2 points. Number one is that, as I understand homestead exemptions, they're to protect citizens from being ruined and losing their home in case of financial difficulty. That's the purpose of homestead exemptions. So I see no reason why senior citizens should just have it and not everyone. So I support the idea of a universal homestead exemption for both entities. Number two, Tarrant County can afford it. Our property taxes on residential property is higher than 96% of the other Texas counties. And the kicker is that we're higher than Dallas County. Now, does everybody remember Amon Carter and what he was responsible? What he the reason we were one of the big reasons we remember him.
I could think of the sack lunch, but what do you have in mind?
He was always at war with Dallas. Right. Now, what would he say about Dallas having lower taxes than Tarrant County? I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Friends, this is our government business meeting, so we appreciate if you would keep your comments and your applause to yourselves. Just get up and say whatever you want, but if this is a business meeting, so let's keep that to a nil. Next up, Danny Kuhn. Is Mr. Kuhn here? Okay. Next up is Jennifer Blunt.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Jennifer Blunt. I am in favor of both the resolutions regarding the tax rate for homestead exemption. And I researched our tax rate compared to other counties, and I find the same thing Mr. Wiedemeyer did, that we're above 95% of other counties. And my resources were smartasset.com and taxrate.org. So I think given the inflation that families are facing, and it doesn't seem to be slowing down, I think it's a good idea to give working families a break. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Scott Casey. Is Mr. Casey here? All right, next up is Kenya Alou.
Good morning, Judge O'Hare and Commissioners. My name is Kenya Alou, and I'm the Executive Director of Tarrant County Citizens Defending Freedom. I come to you today on behalf of Tarrant County citizens and myself. When I saw the agenda items XA1 and 2 regarding a Tarrant County homestead exemption and the JPS homestead exemption, I was overjoyed at the possibility. Thank you for considering this bold move and advocating for the citizens of Tarrant County. My home value has increased 52% since 2018. One might think that that's great, but for someone like me who does not plan to sell, it does not help due to our excessively high tax rates. It's not sustainable. As a real estate agent, I have clients who are calling me because their payments have gone up $400 a month. people are being taxed out of their homes. I think a 10% Tarrant County homestead exemption and a Tarrant County Hospital District homestead exemption of at least 10% is a great start and a step in the right direction. I recently learned that for hospital executives to trigger their annual bonus plans, which they call the AIP trigger, the hospital has to operate at a break-even point, and this spending includes what they bring in from the ad valorem taxes. This incentivizes hospital administrators to keep taxes high. Let me explain. For the bonus plan to become effective, they have to operate at a break-even budget, but a large chunk of what they take in and spend is tax money. If I'm an executive at a hospital, I want my bonus. So I'm highly incentivized to keep taxes high. Otherwise, the hospital will either operate in a deficit and executives will not get their bonuses, or they have to do the hard work to cut the budget, just as a household would do, in order to hit the break-even point and get their bonus. This bonus structure is a disservice to the taxpayers of Tarrant County. And I do realize that this body does not control all the taxes. But I would love to see Tarrant County lead and pressure ISDs and municipalities to follow suit. For some, $34 a month is nothing, but for others, it can make a huge difference. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you. Next up is Peggy Takelet. Is Peggy here? Okay. Next up is Darl Easton.
My name is Darl Easton. I live in Euless, Texas. I've been a resident there since 1994. And so my home does not have a homestead exemption due to some extenuating circumstances. So when I get a appraisal increase, when other people get an exemption, my taxes are a higher percentage to pay to the hospital district and everything else. I believe in equal taxation. Every property that is same market value should have the same taxes, regardless of who lives in it. We have the government selecting winners and losers, and I just believe we do that in the income tax. Sales tax, however, you go down and buy a refrigerator, regardless of your wealth or your financial condition, you pay the same sales tax. And that's the way property tax ought to be. But every exemption that is granted by the government picks winners, and then there's losers. The renters in apartment complexes and commercial property, they're affected significantly by the exemptions that you give to somebody else. And I think we ought to all think about fairness and taxation and not who wins and loses. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up we have David DeFazio. Is Mr. DeFazio here? Okay. Next we have John Pete. Mr. Pete here. Okay. Next up we have Sharon Justice.
First of all, I want to just thank you, Commissioner Quartz, everyone, for what you're doing here, allowing the people to speak. And I really, personally myself, have gained a lot of information just listening to the different ones, the citizens that have spoken their mind. And my name is Sharon Justice, and I live in 37 Fort Roanoke in Fort Worth, Texas. I'm sorry. I live in 3701 Lazy River Ranch Road, Fort Worth, Texas. So I just wanted to thank you for letting the people give their voice. I also wanted to lend my support for the homestead exemption for, and also with just the information, the universal tax that is given to all and not making a distinction between the people. I think that's really very needed right now. And so let me just read what I need to say. So the homestead exemption for both Tarrant County rates and the JPS hospital rate for our bills, I would like to support that. And I would like to see you guys support that. And once again, I'm just reiterating, Dallas and Tarrant, or Travis and Harris and Baxter counties all have the homestead exemptions in place for the county and hospital portions of their tax bill. So I would like for Tarrant County to also move forward in that regards. And I also note just that Governor Abbott, when being elected, he said and made comments that he was going to reduce our tax burden due to oil revenue, our success in the oil industry. And I'd also like you guys to look at how that would apply to Tarrant County and how we might appreciate that revenue in decreasing our taxes as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. One more, I believe, Steve Eklund.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Steve Eklund from Arlington, Texas. I stand in favor of a proposed homestead exemption. In light of the unprecedented and increasing property taxes and without tax relief, many homeowners will be at risk of being taxed out of their homes. Tarrant County has one of the highest effective tax rates in the state. The median property tax in Tarrant County is the highest than 96.5% of the other Texas counties. In other words, of the 254 counties, Tarrant County is at the top 10 of property taxes in the states. We need a long-term tax Tarrant County residents in their homes, in which some have spent their entire lives. It's imperative that the residents receive some level of tax relief, especially those on a fixed income. Tarrant County seems to be the last major county in the state to enact homestead exemption. It's certainly past time that our homeowners relief from owners' taxes. Homeowners need, demand, and expect a homeowner's tax exemption. The Commissioners Court should pass a homestead exemption at the first opportunity. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. So I don't see anyone else sign up to speak to this item, but I've got what seems to be 50 non-speaker, but sometimes we slip one in there that's a speaker. Is there anyone else in the audience that wants to speak to this item? Go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Frances Charlie. Thank you for your service. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. I, too, want to encourage you to pass an exemption for the county and the hospital district. My appraisal went up 55% from 2022 to 2023. So a 10% exemption is not going to affect how much money you get. As a matter of fact, you're still going to be getting more money from me. So my effective tax rate won't be effective. I mean, it'll still be high. So I would like to encourage Tarrant County to follow, and I hate to have to say this, the example of Dallas, Travis, Harris, and Baxter counties. I think we should be leading the way in these kinds of things. I feel bad that we're following these other counties. So I encourage you. I'm happy to hear that there's a 10% on the floor for at least the county. Hope you'll do the same thing for the hospital district. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this item? Okay, seeing none, we do have a motion. We do have a second.
I've got one more comment.
Yeah.
Just to clarify again, when I mention Tarrant County's tax rate, I'm talking about this body's tax rate being the 6th lowest in the entire state out of 254 counties. Smart Asset, the other websites that have listed, we're above 96%. They're taking it in combination with the municipalities that are inside of Tarrant County. So please visit the Comptroller website. And I say this all to say, I hope Tarrant County can lead the way and encourage these other bodies to lower their tax rates, to get below effective, to get below no new revenue year over year over year. But I want everyone to know we pass a tax exemption today, which I strongly believe that we will. It's not the end of the work. We have to reach out to those other entities and make sure that they're doing their part. Because ultimately, like I said, this portion is just lowering the county's portion, not the municipalities and not the school districts. We've got to make sure that we're getting in the other entities' ears also. So that's just a clarification coming. I heard it said several times. We're above 96%. And so I just wanted to make sure we were all clear on what we're voting on.
Okay. Any other comments or from the commissioners? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. This is for the Tarrant County property tax homestead of 10% only. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for being here in the public. Okay, now, the next item on the agenda, and I intend to take the lead on this discussion just to lay some things out and make sure we're all aware, is discussion and possible action concerning the approval of a resolution establishing a Tarrant County Hospital District homestead exemption. So, when you look at appraisals every year, they're going up. They have been for years. And so if we pass a 10% homestead exemption on the county tax, but then don't do it on the JPS, we're basically saying, hey, look, we just cut your taxes when we know they're actually being raised over on the other side. If you take a look at JPS's budget, and if they receive no additional money this year, which they're going to receive more than probably an extra $75 million on increased appraisals, new construction, remodels. But they've already, so far this year, they budgeted for net patient service revenue as of April 30th. They budgeted for net patient service revenue, which has nothing to do with property taxes or ad valorem taxes. They budgeted $324 million in revenue to up through April 30th. They have actually received $351 million. So that's another $26 million that they have received over and above the $75 million that they're going to get from the new appraisals. So we know they're going to get at least another $100 million at the same rate and with no homestead exemption that they're getting now. Their budget last year, if I'm not mistaken, was approximately $1.1 billion. So a 10% appraisal, a 10% homestead exemption, which is half of the maximum. And I remind you that Dallas County's Parkland Hospital has the full 20% exemption. A 10% exemption is the equivalent of about $28 to $30 million. On a $1.1 billion budget, while it seems ridiculous in this day and age to talk about $30 million as some small sum of money, but compared to a $1.1 billion budget, that is about 2.7%, not factoring in the extra $100 million that's coming from the increased appraisals and the at least $26 million that they have received so far in patient service revenue. Now, some other things I want to bring to your attention. I'm going to use JPS's public documents, and I'm going to use their language. Some of it, it's not how I would describe it, but it's their language. So JPS has not presented a balanced budget to the Commissioner's Court for several years. A balanced budget being what they bring in versus what they spend. They have presented budgets that have included tens of millions of dollars annually in revenue in excess of their expenses. That's their term. Their year-over-year increases of excess of revenue over expenses have been driven by increases in property tax revenues by and large. The fiscal year 23 budget included $78 million of excess of revenue over expenses. That was the budget. They're already on pace to beat that. The fiscal year 22 financials, not the budget, the financials, showed $112 million in excess of revenue over expenses, which is almost 29% more than budgeted. The fiscal year 21 financials, and this was with COVID funds, had $327 million in excess of revenue over expenses, which is 71.4% more than budgeted. Now, JPS received, I believe it was $89 million, actually almost $90 million in CARES Act relief funds. We can find so far they've spent $2,019,000 of it. So there's another $88 million that doesn't seem to have been spent. All right, now, next thing. When you're talking about a 28 to 30 million reduction to homeowners, yes, that may only be $34 to the average homeowner. However, if you extrapolate 10 years down the road, that's in the hundreds and hundreds of dollars, and you're setting the homestead exemption up not just for this year, you're setting it up for the future for homeowners to plan. I talked to an apartment owner, an investor in an apartment in Fort Worth that I don't think anybody would describe them as a slumlord, but they do. It's lower income housing, and so they haven't taken a profit from their investments in 4 years. And he said it's due to the property taxes. And the guy I'm speaking of, y'all all know him, and I think you all respect him. He's an elected official, actually, not with the county. And every year that the property taxes go up, which we all know what happens, the tenants the landlords pass the property taxes on to their tenants. So if you read the article about Tarrant County, that we were the county with the largest amount of institutional investors in the entire country for companies coming in and buying residences to turn them into rental properties. I can tell you, if our county becomes majority rental property, which is the direction we're going, and that may sound crazy, but I lived in a city with 8,500 homes that about 2,500 of them were rental properties. And what you see happen is you see crime go up. You see schools start to fail because there are people not committed to the schools. The hospitals become overloaded. The hospitals no longer produce the same revenues. We have to do our part to make living in Tarrant County more affordable. The county and JPS takes in enough money to provide our core services. I cannot find anything in JPS's budgeting for the last 3 years where they did anything to lower costs of any substantive level. So we also know, and for those of you that don't know what this is, there's a 10-year 1115 waiver in place. This was something that President Trump signed right before he left office. I think President Biden tried to revoke it for Texas. It has nothing to do with politics. The Attorney General sued, and the courts ruled that no, Texas does get that waiver for 10 years. Why is that important? Because we know for at least 8 more years, JPS has steady, dependable federal funding, Medicaid dollars coming. So let's look at the expenses for JPS. Fiscal year 20 to 21, they increased 7%. 21 to 22, 12%. The approved budget for 23 was 9%. This is outpacing every year inflation and population growth. Since fiscal year 20, that was 3 years ago, JPS's property tax revenues went from $460 million to $572 million. a $111 million increase in tax revenue, a 24.3% increase in a 3-year period. Raise your hand. You don't actually have to do this. It's rhetorical, but you're welcome to. Raise your hand if your salary went up 24.3% over the last 3 years. So it didn't. And there's very few people in Tarrant County outside of a very, very fortunate, privileged few that have seen their incomes go up like this. But if you're on a fixed income, if you're a senior citizen, if you're a single mom, if you're part of young families, if you're a young family, it is becoming harder and harder and harder to live in Tarrant County. And I promise you, those people I just named, their incomes didn't go up 24.3% over 3 years like just property tax revenue did in JPS. Now, a lot of people want to say, well, JPS is very important and it provides a very valuable service, and I agree with every single one of those things. It is a very important institution for Tarrant County, without a doubt. And it provides a need that is needed. And we are a blessed nation, and we are a blessed county, and we should absolutely provide for people who are less fortunate, and we want people to be healthy and get medical care. Don't confuse a $30 million less compared to $1.2 billion. Don't confuse that as not caring for the poor or the sick. And how many people will benefit from this, not just now, but 10 years from now? Think of your neighbors. Think of the people you know living on fixed incomes, seniors, single mothers, moms with 4 kids just trying to figure out how to make ends meet. Do we want them not to live in Tarrant County? It is up to us to provide a way for them to not be taxed as much, and this is something we can absolutely do to make housing more affordable. And in a time when every family in America, or every individual in America, their dollar does not go as far as it did last year or as it did the year before, that is not the time to give the government more money to do more. That is the time for the government to do exactly what families and individuals are doing, which is reduce what they're spending. And I know there's wish lists and there's things that we'd like to do, but at the end of the day, we have to be financially and fiscally prudent. And to just say sorry to this, I think, is a mistake and is not doing right by our taxpayers and our homeowners. With that, the last thing I will add is this. Fiscal year 2021, budgeted excess revenue over expenses, $254 million. Fiscal year 22, budget excess revenue over expenses, $65.5 million. Fiscal year 23, budget excess revenue over expenses, $78 million. Remember the year 21 when I said it was $254 million budgeted excess revenue over expenses? Actual excess revenue over expenses, $327 million. In 22, budgeted excess revenue over expenses, $65.5 million. Actual excess revenue over expenses, $112.3 million. We owe it to our taxpayers to provide this relief. Questions, comments?
I'll comment and say that the actual revenue that they're bringing in, not from tax revenue, is a great thing. I think the board they have in place now has been charged and is seeking ways actually to lower the tax rate by getting better at bringing in non-tax revenue to operate the hospital. So those numbers are very encouraging to see that they're moving in that same direction. But when it comes to raising that revenue and getting better at that, we have to remember the purpose. The purpose for that is to lower the tax revenue side of it. It's supposed to balance out. So I think that Looking at their budget, though, I'd be curious if there were anybody from JPS here to answer some questions. We don't govern their expenditures. We don't govern their budget. We just set the tax rate and approve this resolution for an exemption. I don't know if there is anybody who can answer questions about their budget this year. If there is, I'd like to hear from them.
They contacted us this morning and said they were unable to make it today.
Commissioner
Well,
Ramirez,
but
yeah.
in all fairness, they were not aware that this was going to be up on the agenda until late last week.
So Commissioner Ramirez, two things. One, correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Brooks and Commissioner Fickus, we do approve their budget.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. But second, I did talk to Karen Duncan, and talked to Dr. Duncan at length on Friday. And I don't want to put words in her mouth, or she didn't say I support this, she didn't say I don't support this. She said what you do, we will work with what you give us. And she didn't express a don't do this or a do this, either one. Okay.
Dr. Duncan is a good public servant. And of course, she will work with whatever we give her. However, we have to be cognizant of the responsibilities that we have placed on the hospital district. The provision of indigent health care is one of 4 or 5 statutory responsibilities that counties have. Second only to criminal justice. In a county that is growing as rapidly as Tarrant County is growing, it is difficult to keep up with the ability to provide increased levels of service to increased populations without increased dollars. Now, we are in the middle of an expansion of John Peter Smith Hospital, both in facilities and in outreach to underserved populations. To facilitate the expansion of the hospital district, the people of Tarrant County voted for an $800 million bond package. Part of the commitment that went along with that $800 million in debt was that the hospital district would provide an additional $400 million from its operations to complete an expansion program of $1.2 billion. Now, it's easy to sit here and rattle off unverified numbers. But the fact is that we have required John Peter Smith Hospital District to come up with $400 million in cash over the next 10 years from their existing budget. If they are unable to do that, that will impact the ability to build out the capital program envisioned by the bond issue. It will impact the bond rating for John Peter Smith Health Network, which will make future borrowings, which will be necessary if they don't come up with the $400 million out of their operations. Will make those future borrowings more expensive because their bond rating will go down. The hospital district issued debt this year for the first time in 30-odd years. We don't know for certain what the impact of that debt is going to be on their operations. It's not just building the buildings that are a part of the bond program. They also have to staff those buildings, and you can't do that out of bond dollars. You have to do that out of operations. You also have to fund the operating expenses, utilities, salaries, everything else that goes along with operating these new facilities. My suggestion to you would be that 1 year from now, we will have a much better handle on the hospital district's ability to operate under this new debt burden. We don't know what a homestead exemption is going to do to hospital district revenues. We've been presented with no information on how it will impact the hospital district. We don't know. We're guessing. And I would say that now is not the time to guess. So I will not support a homestead exemption for the hospital district for those reasons.
I think that as we make decisions as they pertain to the hospital district, we need to be mindful that, or of the dependency JPS, which is a safety net hospital, has on county, state, and federal funding to care for our most vulnerable residents. JPS will need to plan and save for future population growth, especially for the anticipated growth of the uninsured population, because there's no Medicaid expansion here. So I don't know if we want to make a decision today without taking into consideration the long-term impact to the health of Tarrant County. This upcoming fiscal year, JPS will take on additional expenses, including interest payments on county-approved bond to build new access points throughout the county. I don't know if we vote today. I don't know if we make a decision today. In Parkland, in Dallas, they do have an imposed homestead exemption. However, it's imposed on 65 plus and the disabled. So maybe we follow that same pattern, and so that we're not creating potentially long-term financial constraints for JPS.
I'm somewhat in agreement concerning the bond rating. I have been told that I think the numbers that you were talking about are fairly valid numbers. I don't know if they're exact, but they are, I've been told they are valid numbers. I think, it sounds to me that they've already raised the $400 million. And so, we're in year 3, basically, I think. So, their budget will probably continue to be somewhat similar. JPS, since as long as I've been on this court, has always made money. They have not been a money loser. Or a lot of our other hospitals in our area have had down years, and I don't know how JPS, I guess we had a good manager in Mr. Early, who sometimes I wanted to strangle, it seems that Dr. Duncan has done an excellent job in what she's done, and if she's been bringing in that kind of cash, maybe we ought to give her a raise, and keep her on, and we'll never have to spend that bond money. So it looks to me that we've probably got the capacity financially to do this.
So a couple of things I want to address in light of some of the comments, and we can have back and forth all day long if you want to. These were not unverified numbers. These were their numbers that we took from their documents, their public documents. The estimated, according to one source that is not partisan in any way, shape, or form, the estimated increase to the Tarrant County population for 2023 is 1.39%. So the increase in revenue that they're going to recognize if we don't have a homestead exemption and keep the tax rate the same is well over 10%. And a lot has changed since 2018. The economy has changed. Inflation has changed. The cost of labor has changed. The cost of materials have changed. You mentioned the long-term impact. What about the long-term impact to homeowners? What about the long-term impact to people that live here and what is going to happen to this county? And a 10% exemption, if I'm not mistaken, is not $34 a year. It's $68 a year for the average home. And 2 of them, $68, now we're talking about $136, which will be in the thousands within 10 years at the pace, at least 1,000 plus in the 10 years. So there is no evidence anywhere that the bond rating will be affected by a homestead exemption of 10%. So I'm going to make a motion that we approve a 10% homestead exemption for the JPS Hospital District.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, the homestead exemption passes 3-2. Thank you, Commissioners. Okay, next up.
Members of the Court, we can now go to item number 3. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the appointment of James Weaver as an Assistant Veteran County Services Officer for Tarrant County Veteran Services and authorize execution of the necessary documents.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the appointment of James Weaver. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Next up, item 4.
Your Honor, Mr. Belton is here. Would you like to
Yes, please.
meet Mr. Weaver?
Go on me. Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. It's very great to be here on the 79th anniversary of D-Day.
Yes.
Didn't know if anybody had noticed that's today. Real briefly, I wanted just to introduce James and the great impact that he's had in our office just in a short period of time. Mr. Weaver has joined Tarrant County Veteran Services back in January. He is a United States Army veteran, served 4 honorable years, exited the Army in 2018. Mr. Weaver is a UTA alumni with a medical services background in exercise science with experience in the physical therapy aid background. As an appointed Veteran Service officer, this will allow the Texas Veterans Commission to pick up 1 training session for initial training, which is no physical impact to us as the county. Mr. Weaver has already made a impact in our office. We had been short-handed for a little while. However, him being in the office, he's very eager to learn. He is, him and his wife, Kirsten, who is just a recent law school grad, they're working hard, trying to make their name for themselves, and Mr. Weaver has really, truly shown that he wants to be here and to help the 120,000 plus veterans that call Tarrant County home. So if you wanted to say something briefly, just...
Commissioners, Judge, I just wanted to thank you guys for the opportunity for me to help all the veterans of Tarrant County. And I'm very excited for this position and what it holds for me. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. All right, next up is an agreement between Tarrant County Hospital District and J.T. Vaughn Construction for pre-construction and construction services related to the Psychiatric Emergency Center.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the agreement between JPS and J.T. Vaughn Construction. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Item 5, we will bring back up after closed session to receive advice from lawyers. Moving on to item 6, out-of-state travel requests.
Yes, members of the court, we have provided you with a court communication as it relates to the various requests from the departments for out-of-state travel. Staff is recommending approval.
All right, we have a motion to approve the out-of-state travel request and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
And then finally, members of the court, this item number 7 is a standing item, one that Commissioner Simmons has requested. It is a discussion of possible action concerning Tarrant County's texture software programs. I'd like to bring you very quickly up to date. We are still in the stabilization period of court. We're working on various issues. While we've also noticed that there is an uptick in the momentum of bringing cases through the system. All cases are being handled, and our recommendation or our understanding is that as we move forward, we will continue to improve the performance of the software. We're at a point now where that We are looking at numerous data scripts and releases. We have large ones coming in. They've been relatively successful. And as I said, we're disposing of cases as they're being filed.
Okay. So on the weekly calls, my staff has reported that there are still issues present. I was advised that TechShare would be on site to assist the clerks with open issues. Has that occurred yet?
TechShare is on site, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you have folks from TechShare, Austin, on site. Okay. And so that means these issues can't be handled remotely, correct? That you have to have, they're substantial enough that you have to have TechShare staff here.
So we have TechShare staff here to identify issues as they arise, and working with our stakeholders. The various scripts and then the releases, they are developed off-site, and they're brought back on-site here, and they're implemented at that time.
Okay. Some other questions we have is information reporting to DPS as it was prior to going live with TechShare.
So there's various requirements on reporting to DPS. One is that we maintain a level of 90% of reporting aspects of it, and we are still within that 90% is my understanding. There are other aspects where there are various issues that the courts have to report to the to DPS, and also probably Office of the State Office for Judicial Activities. I believe that I have not heard anything where that there has been a delay on that.
Okay.
We had actually on that one prior to, that was a requirement prior to the implementation of court, and it was something that had to be reported, but it had to be reported at the point of magistration. And so we had already developed a manual process for that, and that dealt with the magistration aspect of it rather than the handling of cases after they were filed.
Mm-hmm. I think I heard you allude to it. How many releases have been deployed since May 1st or the last 3 weeks?
There have been a number of those. I don't know the exact number. I don't know if we have anyone from IT here that might be able to do that. The aspect of releases is something that you do as you continue to identify issues, and the software is developed to address those issues, and a release is basically releasing that newly developed software into the system to correct problems. One release is not expected to cure all the problems, but it depends on which problem we're identifying. But as I said, we are moving cases through the system, and while we are still picking up our speed, we're not exactly where we want to be, but there are issues, but we're dealing with them as they come up, which is normal for stabilization.
Any open tickets related to dispositions?
I think that the last open tickets that I saw on the Wednesday call, I believe there was a total of right under 300, maybe. And we started with over 1,200 tickets, and we are at the process of dealing with those tickets and move to a resolution on those particular issues. So we're moving at about 75, I believe about 75% of all the tickets that have been filed since we've gone live that we've been able to handle.
Okay. Are there open tickets related to accounting or financials?
There are some, yet we're still working with the auditor's office as it relates to that. I believe that we just received a document late last week. There may be 10 tickets that are still open on those issues that we are looking at to see, or 10 issues. I don't know how many tickets are associated with that. We work hand in hand with the auditor's office on this, and their financial people are right there with us, and we're continuing to focus on that. We have not gotten to a point where our financials have been disrupted substantially. We are having to make reports, which is a standard issue with all court activity and all financial activity that, and we intend to hit our targets on that.
Okay. The last release that we heard was 91. Are they in numerical order?
Now you're way above, your questions are just a little bit higher than what I can answer. I don't believe that they are. I don't want to say that conclusively because I believe that we were releasing, or there's an attempt to release either 109 or 119 at this time. And I'll have to speak to our IT people.
119 went out last night.
119 went out last night.
Thank you.
And that is inclusive, GK, of all releases.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, they merged.
Okay, GK, I think we need to let the court know about our discussion with Mr. Dayhill last week, or was it the week before? So, well, just here's some quick highlights. The previous budget that the county paid out to TechShare was it 2.8 million?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
They are revising the budget with no development other than the court management software. They're revising the budget to somewhere around 1.7 million. The people that work at TechShare would like to know where we're going and what we're doing, so they can plan for their futures. And I think that's a consideration that we need to acknowledge, but also the other government entities that use TechShare in whatever capacities. So I have two thoughts or ideas. I'm not married to either. One is we set up a work session, whether we do it at the next court meeting or we have a special meeting, that is simply for the purpose of discussing TechShare, where we want to go, what we want to see happen. Option two, or I guess we could do both, is to form a committee of IT professionals from outside of the county, people that this is their business, what they do for a living, to take a look at it. This is not something that I would not say this is your typical do a 6-month review. This is something where we need to move, and we need to get some people to look at it and make recommendations as to what we can do and give us some options. Do the court members want to start with either one, both? What are your thoughts?
I think having a work session would be helpful, just to focus and drill down on this topic. I'd recommend we do it on an off-cycle week so that we can have time to drill into it. Some specific questions I would have, GK, and I've asked this of our IT folks, is going forward to take over the maintenance internally, what does that look like? What are TechShare's abilities to pivot into a model where they get away from Austin, perhaps bring TechShare up to North Texas, where we bear the lion's share of the ownership in it. So perhaps it'd be much cheaper to have them up here on location to service all the counties that utilize those services, and then what that would cost, and also what our current capabilities are today. I think those are the questions that I'm interested in having answered. It sounds like we've already set them on a path to drastically reduce their expenses. I know that their outlay down in Austin is going to be drastically reduced if we make any type of move up here, and then perhaps look at a very, very lean situation where their primary focus is servicing Tarrant County. That would be my interest in a work session, is discovering how we can best move along with maintenance and operation with TechShare.
Okay, they have 19 employees, and they are going to 12. So basically, the development side of it is going away. What was interesting from the meeting, which I learned, is many of the employees do not live in Austin. They live literally all over the country, and so a lot of it is work from home and remote stuff. Gary, what are your thoughts on a work session like that?
I think the work session would be beneficial to all of us. I think that would probably be the best route to start with, and I think we'll probably be able to get a fairly good handle on what direction that we want to go. The Austin issue, I do know that those that live in Austin don't want to leave Austin. Okay? Don't you got 2 kids that live in
I've got 2 kids in Austin who wouldn't leave Austin for you.
Exactly. And, I think you're going to find that in that industry, Austin's the place to be. But, I'm not sure we got that operation's got to be somewhere in some facility. So we just have to. I'm all for this meeting.
I think the work session would be the best vehicle for us to discuss what is important to me, which is maintaining the suite of projects that we already have on board. There are, 6 of those, Mr. Manius? We have to maintain those 6 pieces of software.
Well, I think we've got an asset that has significant value to it.
Yeah.
And we need to maximize that value.
Yeah.
And if you read the Dallas Morning News yesterday and read the article about the issues they've run into with their vendor, you'll be bound down to TechShare.
Yeah.
Okay,
TechShare has done a good job for us.
So
it's just a matter of where we go from here.
Okay, so work session, we'll circulate some dates and get it set up.
And
Okay.
just a note on that, we talk about maintenance and operations of our software. The agreements that we have in place now with the LGC to do that, that is not on a fiscal year, that's on a calendar year. So we have already entered into agreements with that in the note through the remainder of this calendar year. Just to kind of put it into place, we all think about fiscal years, those are calendar years.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is the auditor section. We have one item posted and then one moved from consent. First one is receive and file the Tarrant County financial statements for March 2023.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion to receive and file. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Item B2. Let me tell you why I had this pulled. I will tell you as soon as I get to it here in the agenda. So, please tell me if I get anything off on this. The item is receive and file the auditor's report of the cash counts for the Tarrant County Constable's Office. One of the constable offices, I don't know who it is, I didn't look it up, so I don't care. There is a safe in one of the constable's offices that it's unable to verify the contents because the pin pad is not working. The exact same thing happened in 2019. So this just gives me some pause. Do we have a safe that has had some things in it that we don't know what it is since 2019 and we still don't know what it is 4 years later? Is that what I'm understanding?
We as the auditor do not. I can't speak for the constable's office. We did try to reach out to them today to get a follow-up, and they were short on staff.
Okay.
And the young lady who was there, the office manager, was unable to get actually to the safe to see if it worked today because the door was locked. It was in the evidence room. The door was locked, and the chief deputy was not present. Constable's office are small in staff, and many times there are not people present. It is troubling. We would like to get a service repair done to the safe and be able to inventory the safe.
Yeah.
They may be storing some of their receipts and other things outside the safe if the safe doesn't work. I don't really know the details. It's difficult. We don't have any way of forcing them to fix the safe other than putting it in this report. So
Okay.
we would encourage them certainly to fix the safe, and we'll go back out and verify and recount the cash. There was not a shortage of the actual cash for the tills and whatever we were doing the day we were there, but there is this problem with the safe that is ongoing, yes, sir.
Yeah, so I think we need to address this in however way we address it. Get it fixed, inspect it, find out what's in there. Having the exact same thing that it doesn't work 4 years later is,
It means that that just wasn't something that was a priority that was addressed apparently, but I can't speak as to why, but it's still the same issue.
and if you can't get into it, then do we have a safe that's at least 4 years old that we have no earthly idea what is in it?
I don't know if the constable or anyone else has had
Okay.
access to the safe. I know that we've not been able to access.
Okay. Well, I think we need to, do you have something to add?
Well, just if they need money to make, for services or to buy a new one, we'll find out which constable it is and make sure that they have the money to be able to repair or get into the safe and get a viable safe that's working.
So my concern on this, since it was in your cash counts, was how could we accurately say that there were no shortages? So I'm assuming that they're not reporting any cash being held in that safe.
Right. So the cash was present as far as the count when we were there. But I will say that we've had discrepancies with other individuals, not this constable, not even necessarily a constable. We certainly had issues with the JP that resulted in monies being missing where we were not allowed to have access to the safe. In this case, we're being told that they cannot access the safe, and we've not had access to the safe. So I think it would be prudent for the county to make certain that this gets repaired and or a new safe purchased, and we'll go out and make certain that everything appears to be accurate. We've just not been able to do that.
Do all of the constables' offices have safes?
We encourage all the offices to have a safe place to store their receipts. I cannot honestly state that they all do. I'm sure maybe someone on my staff knows the answer to that. We do go out periodically and rotate through all the various locations for cash counts, just to have a check for the money that should be there that's related to the receipts and activities of that current period. Sometimes offices have used file cabinets or other means of securing those receipts, but we prefer that they have a safe and that they be maintained in a safe. But I can get you an answer on that. I don't know today.
So the safe is for receipts,
Primarily.
not for money.
It could be for money, it can be for receipts. Obviously, if they have any other sort of evidence, things related to cases, sometimes they store them in there. Again, they're independent elected officials that conduct their business as they see fit, so there's not continuity or consistency always across all offices.
Can we table this item until this is addressed and we know the contents of this safe?
Certainly.
Yeah. If there's no objection, let's table the item. Okay, moving forward, we now have District Attorney, item E1.
We don't say. It's 8.
Mr. Cradaville.
Good afternoon, members of the court. This item is a memorandum of understanding between the county through the Criminal District Attorney's Office in the city of North Richmond Hills for the reimbursement of overtime costs for activities of the CDA investigators with the North Richmond Hills North Texas Anti-Gang Center Task Force. This will entitle the county to receive reimbursement of up to $10,000 for any overtime costs that may be incurred from CDA employees associated with the Anti-Gang Task Force.
Okay.
Move for approval.
Well,
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. Discussion.
Yeah, I asked that this be pulled because I'm just curious about whether this is customary or out of the ordinary. So my first question is, why is this just now being brought to the court since it would go into effect over a year ago, right? Because it says May 2022, and today is June 2023.
It's my understanding that we are putting the effective date there so that we can receive compensation for past services in overtime that the CDA investigators have been a part of. So this will essentially allow us to receive reimbursement for work they've already done.
Yeah, no, but why didn't this happen last year? Why wasn't this brought to us last year, or the court last year?
Commissioner, I'll have to get back to you on that. I'm not immediately aware. It sort of reached the extent of my understanding as to the answer to that question, but I can certainly circle back and get you more information.
Okay. All right. Well, that's why I had.
This is about a case that we just tried in April, that we had a witness under protection. So we spent about $10,000 protecting this witness, and so we asked TAG to help us with that, and they're going to help us with it, so they're going to reimburse us for what we spent in overtime costs for that trial.
Sure, but.
And I can't tell you why they did it a year ago.
You weren't here. Yeah, you weren't here. I wasn't here. You were here. But there is a MOA that is trying to capture activity back to May 2022 to now. And then it expires in August, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it doesn't need to be extended? What's the time frame? I just was confused when I saw it, so was hoping to get some answers. I think we need to pay whoever did the work, but I think I just need some answers. Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am. That's all the information I have on this item at that time, but I can certainly provide your office with some more details if needed.
So we should just approve this?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, we've already paid them, the county's paid them. We're asking the other entity to reimburse us. We're authorizing the county to receive reimbursement from the other entity for which we provided service on witness protection. Probably the reason why they didn't request it, and I'm just spitballing, is that you didn't know what the cost would be and you waited until you got it. And so it's for services rendered back then to now. That's the only thing I can think of, but thank you for finding it and requesting reimbursement.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right. Seeing none, please cast your vote. Okay. Passes unanimously. Next up is item G1, receive and file the personnel agenda.
Move to receive and file the personnel agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passed unanimously. Item G2.
Yes, good afternoon and thank you. So item 2, we're requesting a waiver of terminal benefits for information technology. Your core communique explains that IT has an IT resource manager who left county service at the end of April. At that time, that individual had 400 vacation hours. That was at the end of April. So it is now June, so some time has expired. IT is requesting a waiver of 152 vacation hours. If approved, this individual will be able to start work on next Monday. And there will be a net, or we're estimating a net savings to the general fund of approximately $2,800.
If it's not approved, what happens?
They'll just have to wait for the balance of the 152 hours to expire. So we'll have to hold the start date for this individual.
Okay.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion. So if we hold it for whatever this time frame is, my understanding is we used to be very waiving terminal benefits rarely happened. Maybe I got it wrong. We have two people that have been here longer than I have. but now we seem to do it every time without hesitation. So if I understand the HR side, if this person doesn't start at 150 hours, besides they don't start, what are you losing or missing?
We have a lot of different projects. It's a very very skeletal team. It's a team of just 3, and right now we're down to 2 people only for the entire county, and it's a database administration team that sees all of these major systems. We run a very big risk of not being able to meet our services.
All right. Thank you. Any other questions or discussion? All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, purchasing, item J1.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. And GK, am I correct that 5 and 9 are removed from consent?
Yes. Yes.
5 and 9. Okay, thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay, so we have 6 items for your consideration. The first item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-105. This is our annual contract for security guard services, awarding to the primary, secondary, and alternate vendors listed per unit price.
All right, any questions, discussion, motion?
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the annual contract for security guard services. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item 2.
The second item is an award recommendation regarding bid number 2023-124. This is our annual contract for computer accessories, peripherals, and other miscellaneous hardware, awarding to the various primary and secondary vendors listed, discount from manufacturer's list price.
All right, move to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Item 3.
This item is regarding bid number 2023-098. This is our annual contract for fleet fuel card and management services. We're requesting rejection of bids and permission to rebid with revised specifications.
All right, move to reject all bids and rebid with revised specifications. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Passed unanimously. Item 4.
This is an approval of an invoice payment regarding bid number 2022-218. This is a service call by CSCD to a company called Novatech in the amount of $223.50. This was not an awarded vendor we have on contract for service calls.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
And the next item is an award recommendation for RFO number 2023-138. This is a purchase of HP EliteBook tablet computers under the TIPS contract number 200-105 for information technology, awarding to CDW government per unit price.
I asked for this one to be pulled from consent. When looking at the TIA, it didn't make much sense to me. Well, I guess it makes sense, it's the low bidder, but it's a $360,000 contract for a company out of Illinois. Well, the second lowest bidder was a company out of Midlothian, Texas, and it was only $1,600 higher. I understand $1,600 is still a lot of money, but in the scope of a $360,000 contract, I think I've said before, my preference will always be to support Texas businesses, but Tarrant County businesses. Now, we didn't have any Tarrant County businesses bid on this, but this is a Texas business, and it's a historically underutilized business, which the one from Illinois is not. So I understand you selected the low bid. I just wanted to know if those were considerations that were taken by the team when awarding this or recommending this for an award. Did we look at the fact that this business is from out of state as compared to the one that's in state?
No, we did not. Looking at the policy, the policy states that we're only looking at businesses that are local to Tarrant County. And so this company is not in Tarrant County.
Okay.
Is there anything any reason why we went with the Illinois one over that one besides the 1,600?
It was the low bidder.
That was it?
Yes.
Okay.
Were you required to go with the low bidder?
Yes, and using this method, yes, because this one does not allow for local preference. Local preference only pertains to Tarrant County vendors.
Are you required to go? Does the
law.
policy?
Yeah.
You're saying law?
Yes, with an RFO, yes.
Okay.
Just so we're clear, by law, we have to go with that one. I'm not asking is by law or by policy? I mean, we can change the policy right here and right now.
Right.
So this is where we compete cooperative contracts.
Okay.
So I guess if you choose to not go with this particular type of method, we could go with the second low bidder.
Okay, so which begs the next question. Is the only difference the $1,600? If the answer to that is yes, what would we have to do as a court to say go with the Midlothian company?
Reject this one.
Okay.
Is this a bid or is this an RFO?
So RFOs is where we compete other contracts off that have been bid through other methods such as DIR, other cooperatives. That's what we're comparing, other cooperatives. So if we decide not to go with this contract under CDW, we can do that. And I just want to make it clear, just for this method, RFOs, that method could not be used for our regular bid process, which is usually RFPs or RFPs.
Okay.
Unless it's
You
local.
select the best bid, not necessarily the cheapest bid.
RFPs is usually best bid, and RFBs are usually lowest that meet specifications.
So I don't know this company. I don't know how. I know this is not a scoring process like an RFP. This is low bid for comparable product. I understand it, but we've had a lot of discussion about taxes in the state of Texas and Tarrant County today. I applaud you for the local preference in just Tarrant County. Perhaps what it sounds like is we need to expand our policy to say if there's a Texas company, if there's, in the absence of a local company, that also receives a preference if there's a comparable product. I just can't justify why we would go to a company out of Illinois if there's a Texas company that could provide the same thing.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So can we, I think that we need to do some research on this, because reading the local preference statute, it limits basically to your jurisdiction, and it can't be more than a very small percentage, and we have to find issues to develop surrounding economic development and economic impact on those. So if we could hold this till next time so we can answer some of those questions.
Sure.
You know, bidding projects is a very time-consuming activity that many and most companies do that, and they expend time, effort. When you've got a company that has followed the rules, and I believe that your low bid followed the rules, or you haven't indicated they didn't.
Right.
I don't see how you don't give it to them. You know, this other company's in Johnson County, I guess. It's Midlothian. I think that breaks the trust that there is between you as a buyer and anybody else that ever wants to sell to Tarrant County. That you might get it, but you might not. If you're low bid, you met all the requirements, and there's nobody's come up with some reason why you didn't. I think that's right.
I agree.
Do we have a history of doing business with CDW?
Yes, we do a lot of business with CDW.
and I understand all that, and county, Tarrant County, yes. And if you want to add Dallas County or Collin and Denton, that's fine too. You know.
Just not Johnson.
No. I mean, you can add Johnson, but you're doing it all after the fact. And that's wrong.
Well, that's why I say I think if we need to look at the policy in how we do it on the front end, that might be the route to go. I've got no burn myself for this issue. I just figured it merited a discussion just because I would like to see us as a county prioritize spending in Texas, hopefully in Tarrant County, but in Texas for Texas companies. That's just my druthers. So.
Okay, so we have Ms. Nicholson.
Yes. I appreciate you, Commissioner, wanting to have that discussion, but I will ask y'all to maybe expand the discussion a little because it is very black and white, and then we end up sometimes with a vendor that is low balling and cutting in our policy. It has to be black and white, but in those instances, if people like myself and other department heads, elected officials, had an opportunity to voice our opinion about this is number one, this is number two. Number one came in so much lower, but where does that discussion take place? Does it take place with Melissa in private and then she makes that presentation? Just be mindful and give us a chance. If you're saying Texas only, and I respect that, but if somebody truly comes in lowballs, kind of where we're at with our court software now, they came in and they were, I think, the lowest price, and this is where we're at moving to something else. So if you'll just look at that discussion and consider the gray of which really should be black and white, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you. Commissioner Fickus, you're not opposed to the idea of we give preference to Texas companies. You just don't like doing it after the fact.
We're doing it after the fact.
Gotcha. Okay.
Y'all let this one go, make your rule change, and then we've done it the right way.
Yeah, so, okay, we'll see if we have a motion here, but assuming we have a motion to approve this and it passes, why don't you bring us back a revised policy for approval that allows us to consider Texas companies over out of state? Okay.
We already have a motion.
Second.
Yeah. Did we already have a motion a second? Okay. Well, whether we had one or not, we have it now. We have a motion a second to approve item J5. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Okay. Gary, are you against this?
I guess
We're approving the contract presented, yeah. All right, passes 5-0. Okay, next up is item J9.
Okay,
and I'm the one that asked for this to be pulled, and here's why I asked for this to be pulled. We are spending $41,000 for tables and chairs to rent them.
And delivery.
And delivery. Do you know how many years in a row we have done this?
We do it every year. We rent these for the voting sites for elections.
Have we looked at what it would cost to buy these?
We just did a quote for folding tables, and roughly the quote came in at $23 a chair.
Okay.
To
buy them?
To buy them.
Okay. How many chairs is it?
We crunched some numbers. We roughly rent about 1,056 chairs in a year for elections.
Okay, so that's $24,288.
That's just for chairs.
Okay, what about the tables?
We did some pricing on Amazon, and roughly the tables would cost about $190 a piece.
How many tables we get?
361. So it's about 68.
So 68,590 plus, what did I say it was before? 28,000?
24.
24,000. So for about $92,000, we can buy our own and have them. For $41,000, we can rent them every year in perpetuity. What am I missing?
Storage.
Okay.
And delivery.
Yeah, I mean, do we not have people in facilities that could go deliver this a few times a year?
Good afternoon, Judge.
Hi.
Part of the problem is storage. We buy them, we have to have a place to put them. And then we also have to worry about delivery and pickup. So that's for every location that we have, polling locations. So you're looking at on election day, which we have to coordinate, obviously, with the locations. You're looking at somewhere in the vicinity of 340 locations per day where you would have to deliver, set up, tear down, pick up. There's transportation to and from, which would also require vehicles that they have to use to do that. I don't know the facilities has the personnel available or the resources available to do that for every single election. Everything is included in this contract. They deliver, they set up, they tear down, they pick up, and they store. And we don't have to worry about any of that.
Okay. We just fairly recently leased, what was it, a 24,000 square foot building that Elections occupies?
Yes, sir.
Does it not have room to store tables and chairs?
It does not have that in addition to what else we need to store there, no, sir.
Okay. And we have no other place. What about Green Bay, where no one is? Can we not store it there? Not Green Bay. What's it
Cold
called?
Springs.
Cold Spring.
Exactly what activities the sheriff's department runs out of that operation.
Okay.
We can always check. I know that there's not a confinement element.
This is not the end of the world. I'm looking at it, and I don't know what it would cost to hire a delivery service in Tarrant County just to go pick up what we have. 10 years? I mean, that's $1 million when you factor it all in. Seems like we could do this more efficiently. I'd at least like to look at it.
I would say, Judge, that the cost of delivery setup is more than the cost of the rental for the equipment itself.
Okay.
So to rent an agency to do that, that's where the bulk of the funds comes in. And this is all included in it. And I still don't have to replace anything that gets broken. I don't have to buy new ones when something gets damaged. That's all included in the contract.
So how about this? If we approve it today, before we do this again next year, let's go run the numbers on what it would be to buy our own and hire someone to do it. I'd like to look at that.
Yes, sir.
It could be a significant cost savings after 2, 3, 4 years tops. But I get it, they break and stuff. So I'd like to look at it for next year when you bring this back.
Yes.
Okay? All right, any other comments or discussion on J9? We have a motion to approve item J9. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, where are we? Chad J. Are we to N? We're to the interlocal agreements now? Is that where we are?
I think so.
Okay. Interlocal agreement, Precinct 1, Commissioner Brooks.
Interlocal agreement with the city of Fort Worth for the reconstruction of various streets. It's item N1A and B. I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion to second to approve item N1A and B. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Item 2, Commissioner Fickus.
Yeah, give me a minute here. It's the interlocal agreement with the, I believe, the city of Fort Worth.
Uh-huh.
And we also have an additional interlocal agreement with the city of Southlake. And I move for approval.
Second.
All right, so we have items 2A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and H. That's all Precinct 3, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so you have a motion to approve all items in 2A through H.
Yes.
Okay, and we have a second? All right. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. And then we have one in Commissioner Ramirez's precinct.
Move for approval of an interlocal agreement between Tarrant County and the city of River Oaks to reconstruct a couple of roads out there. Item N3A and B.
All right, second. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item 3A and B. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up, appointments to various boards. I think we have at least a couple of appointments to make.
I have an appointment to the Sexually Oriented Business Board, Luis Castillo, and you have his resume.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to appoint Luis Castillo to the Sexually Oriented Business Licensing Board. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Any other?
Also to the Sexually Oriented Businesses Board, I would like to appoint Stephanie Thompson of my office to that board. That's a motion.
Okay, I'll second that. We have a second from Commissioner Ramirez, so a motion and a second to appoint Stephanie Thompson to the Sexually Oriented Business Licensing Board. Any further discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Commissioner Ramirez.
I'd like to appoint Dylan Maroney to the Tarrant County Variance Appeal Board and the Tarrant County Building Line Adjustment Board.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to appoint Dylan Maroney to those two boards. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Any other appointments to boards or commissions? All right, seeing none, we move to approval of bonds and certificates of self-insurance, and we have one to discuss here.
Your Honor, Commissioners, hello.
Morning, afternoon, whatever it is.
Yes. This is a certificate of self-insurance for the auditor, the newly appointed auditor. You have already today received and filed as your item A9 the district judge's order appointing the new auditor effective July 8th. And this is the certificate of self-insurance. It's a little different from the ones we brought you before because the ones we brought you before were always the policy default. This one is the $5,000 that is in your policy, but instead of asking that you only approve it for 90 days after the auditor takes office, we're asking that the court approve the $5,000 certificate of self-insurance for the remainder of the term until their 2-year term has expired. They're partway into the term that started in April. This is consistent with the policy changes that we're going to be bringing to you, I think, next Commissioners Court meeting, possibly.
Maybe, I don't know.
Possibly to update your certificate of self-insurance policy, but your policy and your law does give you this discretion. So we're asking you to approve the certificate as it has been provided to you, please.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the certificate of self-insurance for the new auditor. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Renee, when's your last official day?
My last day here physically is June 29th. My last day as a Tarrant County employee and as the Tarrant County auditor is July the 7th.
Wow. Well, we will recognize you at our next, at one of these upcoming Commissioners Court meetings. So whichever one will be your last. And for how many years of service?
27 years and a handful of months.
Remarkable. Thank you very much. All right, next up, various claims and addendum section.
Move approval of claims, including the addendum.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve the claims and addendum. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. All right, now we have a couple of briefings. The first briefing is the retirement system annual update. Who is giving us that? Hello, how are you?
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Thank you. I'm well. Thank you for asking. Hello, Commissioners, and thank you for your time today. Oh, there you go. Here it is. Thank you so much, DK. Thank you for having me. As you mentioned, Your Honor, it's just a briefing today about your retirement plan, as I do every year about this time, and to give you an overview of the system and the Tarrant County plan specifically. But before I begin, I always like to thank and recognize our chair, Mary Louise Nicholson, and one of our trustees, Chris Taylor, which are two of your very own. So we're very happy to have them. At TCDRS, we are proud to serve so many great Texans across the state
And as a system that's 89% funded, it speaks volumes about how we're managed and how the plan operates for all of our counties and districts in Texas. I'd like to point out that we were created by the Texas legislature, but we do not receive any state funding. We fund ourselves. And our operating costs average 0.21% of all assets net of all fees. And of course, we are managed by our 9-member Board of Trustees that is appointed by the governor and approved by the state Senate. In today's presentation, I'd like to highlight these qualities as I begin to review our plan because they are what separate us from other pension systems in Texas and nationwide. We are savings-based, and so upon employment, employees save for their own retirement over the course of their careers. While that's happening, your county is saving for the match that you're promising them at retirement. Each year, we study your plan, we take into account our investment earnings and our returns, and we determine an appropriate and required rate of pay that will fund the match that's promised. And the reason I speak to this court is because you have the local control and you have the flexibility to set your benefit levels and determine what it is you're offering that you can afford. And it's these qualities that separate TCDRS from other state and national systems. Specifically for Tarrant County, your members save 7% of their own income that's deposited into their accounts. This is actually the highest by state statute. The other options are 6, 5, or 4. 7% actually is system-wide average, so you stand at the system-wide average of other employers that have their employees saving the same percentage. At retirement, when they have completed an eligibility rule and choose to retire, members' money is matched at 200%, which is a reflection of $2 for every one of their dollars. And they only get this if they reach an eligibility rule and then choose to retire and begin receiving a lifetime check. That's when the match becomes their own. As a reflection of your numbers here at Tarrant County, your average employee is about 45 with 11 years of service, and your retirees are about 61 years of age with 19 years of service when they choose to retire. And the average annual benefit that we pay out to the Tarrant County members who become retirees averages $38,700 per year. When we look at all benefits paid, we have 5 employers in Tarrant County. We have this entity, the county itself. We have the appraisal district. We have a water authority, a conservation district, and a 911 district. So there are 5 employers in Texas County that participate with us. And all of the benefits paid in 2021 in Tarrant County, shared among these 5 employers, stand above $88 million. We also support the Texas economy in great ways because when we study where retirees go, it's an economic impact study, we find that 96% of them stay in their own neighborhoods and they stay here in their own hometowns, and so that money that they're earning as retirees is going right back into your local communities. As a snapshot of your plan of benefits, your members are saving 7% and the employer match stands at $200. If this court ever chose to adjust that, you certainly could. You could take it from 7, as I mentioned, to 6, 5, or 4, and the match can go as high as $250, as low as $100, in increments of 5%. That is allowable by state statute to a court in any given year. If you were to ever decrease a match, it's future only because you've already paid for what the member has received in the previous year, so it'd be a lowering future only. However, if you chose to increase the match, that is an option of either future only and past and future. You can also do that as well. And the 3 eligibility rules are age 60 with 8 years of service. If you add an age plus years of service and that equates to 75, a member can retire. Bless you. And the third one is age with 30 years of service. And so they don't need to hit the trifecta, just one. And when they do, they are eligible to retire. This is a reflection of replacement ratios. TCDRS really benefits the career employee. The longer you stay in our system and the more you deposit, the greater your account balance, the more to match at the end, and the more interest you've earned. So if you look at someone who put in a 30-year career at Tarrant County, we're replacing about 85% of their income in retirement at your current benefit levels. I mentioned earlier that we do not receive state funding from Texas, and so we fund ourselves. This is just a snapshot of if we were to pay out a benefit dollar to a retiree, where does that money come from? 74 cents is coming from our investment earnings, 15 from the employer match, your contributions, and 11 cents from members' own pockets. This is just a snapshot of our asset allocation. We are diverse across and within assets. And if you ever are curious to visit our website and click on any allocation, you can see the history, the management, its previous management, and where we stand year to date. This is public information, and you're welcome to it any time. If you'd like anything in advance of just a briefing, you can always reach out to me, and I'd visit with our investment managers for you if you have any specific questions. You'll notice that I have on the screen 2021 return as 22%. That was our gain. I do want to say that when I presented this presentation, we didn't have our private equity final numbers because those lag since we wait for those. And so I've been given the update for 2022. Our return was estimated -7. It resulted as -5.8, outpacing our benchmarks that were -8.8. So while we did have a negative year, we closed it at -5.8, which was better than the estimated at -7, and that was for 2022. And you'll see on the screen where it says estimated, it now, as I mentioned, it's -5.8. I'd like to point out this gray bandwidth. That's built by intention. That is by design. We know that our long-term goal is 7.5 on an annual investment return goal, but we may not hit that 7.5, so we know we're going to do better or less than expected as long as it's within a bandwidth and a threshold, a level of risk, and that's what you see there on the screen. Except for the recession of 2008, the subsequent recovery of 2009, our great return 2 years ago, and then last year, it's performing mostly as expected and by design. We study your plan. We take a snapshot December 31st of every year, and we study you from January through March, looking at your plan experience. We look at payroll, we look at size of your county, any changes, and then we take our returns into consideration, and we determine the percent of payroll that we call the required rate that will responsibly fund all of your current employees' future benefits, and we provide that to you annually to plan for your own budgets. After doing that study for 2024, your rate, your required rate of pay is 12.07. Tarrant County's court historically has paid an elected rate, which is a higher rate than what's due, and they've set that into motion years ago, and that difference and cushion they've created has helped fund COLAs for the county over time. Currently, your rate is 12.92, so it decreased for 2024 to 12.07. And why did it decrease? Specifically because you have an elected rate in place, you're paying a little bit more, you are creating that cushion. And another reason is because when we studied what happened last year, payrolls increased. Due to inflation, many people got raises, and when payrolls went up, it actually brought costs down. So you'll see that impact there. So you went from 12.92 to 12.07. 12.07 is what's required. Currently, as I mentioned, you have an elected rate of 19.50. And if you wanted to keep that in place, you're welcome to. You don't have to. You can adjust it at any percentage as long as it remains above 12.07, which is required for 2024. And your funded ratio stands above 90%.
So I think that's important to point out because talking with our outside auditors, a secure rate or funded is around 80%, and we're at 90%. So we are well funded in our retirement.
Very well funded, and I'd like to second what you're saying, Mr. Manius. When we ask outside rating agencies like Fitch and S&P about the health of a pension system, they say that if you're 80% funded and higher, you're very healthy. So Tarrant County is extremely healthy. And this is just a snapshot of how decision makers can make the call each year. If you were to adjust benefits, as I mentioned, by state statute, there is a range of employee deposit rates, and there is a range of the employee match. And in my briefings, I always remind decision makers that that is part of our quality of having local control to make adjustments accordingly. My last point that I'd like to mention are the COLAs that we offer, cost of living adjustments for retirees in our system. Again, they only pertain to retirees with us. We offer two types, one being a flat rate COLA. It's a percentage that everybody would get. This year it's set by our trustees at 6% highest. So you can pass a 1% as high as a 6% flat rate COLA for your retirees. Those are the 6 options there. And then we offer the CPI, which Consumer Price Index COLAs function a little bit differently. They don't give everybody the same percentage, rather they restore lost purchasing power accordingly. So raises vary based on what the retiree is earning. And in Tarrant County's past, you have before passed CPIs, and then you switched in 2019 to flat rate. That's just a preference of the court. We have 2 types, and you're welcome to request costs at any point in time for any of those, and I'd be happy to provide them to you. Oh, one more slide that I went a little too fast. This is our timeline, and this is really something that we keep solid so that decision makers always know how things operate. As I mentioned, we study your plans through April. We release your rates in mid-April so that this court knows what your coming required rate will be. We always host our annual conference every July, and you are always invited. And then we smooth things out through the fall, and the deadline for plan changes is always December 15th. So if you wanted to make any changes to your plan, you let us know, and we'll be happy to help with that. And at this point, that's the briefing that I have brought for today to give you a highlight of the system, your specific plan, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for a very thorough and good presentation. Any questions?
I'll again echo the thanks. TCDRS is one of the best retirement systems out there, I believe, and it's because of management and great governance. We saw in Fort Worth, we've ran into some trouble a few times because it's a benefits-based system, not a contributions-based system. And so there's 2 stark differences, but they also allowed funding levels to get to about 52 to 54%, which is very dangerous. So it set it up for having to reduce benefits, and it was not good for anybody. It put the taxpayers on the hook for a larger portion of retirement. Then the employees had to pitch in more also. So it's important that we don't overpromise and underdeliver, but I think how we've set it up historically, how y'all have managed it with keeping that cushion has been very responsible. I'm going to be supportive of doing the same thing, just to make sure that we are keeping our great long-term employees, because that's the goal. We want people to retire.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it has been well managed and run by Tarrant County, and y'all have done an exceptional job with it and the returns. So kudos to all.
Thank you. And thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
When is the conference?
The conference is July the 20th and 21st this summer in Austin, Texas at the AT&T Conference Center.
These are excellent conferences, plus there's continuing education units that commissioners can pick up at a conference like this.
Does that coincide with NACO?
It overlaps with NACO,
Both in
which is
Austin?
also in Austin.
Perfect.
We'd love to have you if you'd like to come, and registration is open. And if any decision maker can come, you won't regret it. You learn a lot, and you walk away even prouder of your plan. So we'd like to have you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to see you again.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, do we have any legislative update?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Schaffner is here.
Mr. Schaffner, come on down.
They let you out, huh?
Welcome back, Mr. Sharp.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. I'm very glad to be back, and you don't have to worry about me staying too long in Austin, ever. So always ready to come home. So wanted to give a brief update just on kind of where things stand with the current legislative session, or our first special call session. The House has passed bills that would, the property tax relief bill that the House has passed would allow for compression of the ISD rate, school district rate. Depending on the school district, how their bill is set up, could receive anywhere, property owners could receive anywhere between 19 to 16 cents, somewhere right in there, depending on the school district. The Senate has sent over to the House a different version that included a homestead exemption. And that bill was deemed by the Speaker to not be applicable to the call. And so it's set there. The House has adjourned sine die. And so at this point, we're kind of waiting to see what the Senate's going to do on this particular issue. And there is no resolution currently in sight. So we're going to continue to monitor that for you. As far as the regular session, we will be providing a report to you all later in the summer. It takes a bit to go through all the bills. Generally, this session, about 8,000 bills were filed. About 1,300 were passed, give or take. And about 10 to 20% of those will affect the county. touch somewhere. Counties have such a large area that we touch and we move and we deal with. Those bills will affect that. And so a couple that I did want to highlight for you all, just to kind of mention based on some of our priorities. In HB 1 and SB 30, those were the two appropriations bills. They did not include the Tarrant County State Hospital study that you all had requested. We did not get that this session. However, in exchange, through negotiations, a lot of work with leadership as well as House and Senate members, they did create some buckets of funding that are going to be very beneficial for the county, including a $100 million bucket for one-time capital-related expenses for criminal justice-related mental health services. So that's something that we will be looking into as those rules promulgate, as well as an additional bucket of funding for 150 purchase forensic beds. This is a new program for the state. So the state will be sending money through MHMRs or local mental health authorities to purchase 150 forensic beds. Tarrant County stands very well poised to get a substantial amount of that money and work on that to deal with our competency restoration issues that we have in our jails. So while we did not get to study this session, we did get a number of tools that can help us deal with our problem more immediately. And I'm very excited to work with you all and our staff and our other stakeholders in order to make that happen. Just one other issue that I did want to bring up before I know that y'all go into closed session. We had some substantial changes in platting and subdivision regulations. And I know that Mr. Skinner with the Transportation Department is meeting with you all, and I believe that he's kind of briefing you on some of the issues. So there were a total of 4 bills that touched platting and subdivision regulations. Those changes, we tried to minimize their potential effects and to limit y'all's authority as a commissioner's court to regulate subdivisions and platting. There was a bill that would have stripped y'all's ability to have any type of regulatory authority over subdivision platting, but that did not die. It did get lessened though, and so we are going to be working with the Transportation Department to make sure that those are implemented. Again, the total of 4 of them, so it's quite a bit. And then finally, there has been a lot of discussion about a particular House bill, HB 2127. This is the preemption bill. We have worked tremendously with the criminal district attorney's staff, trying to identify its exact impact on Tarrant County, and it's very difficult at this point to pinpoint exactly how it may or may not affect us. What I will say about that bill is that legislation is introduced. Many times they have a lot of rough edges. Through the process, this bill got a lot better. And one of the things that the final version that passed did change, and this is thanks to Senator Birdwell, was that commissioners' courts, counties and cities no longer can be sued in their elected officials individually, but you in your individual capacity outside of your elected capacity. So that was a big change that were able to get to where you all are protected. And that is something that we saw this legislative session was legislation that did attempt to pierce whether it's judicial immunity or your immunity as being an elected official to cross that threshold. And it's a very interesting development that I was actually particularly surprised about as we worked through a number of issues this session. So with that, I'll take any questions, but very glad to be back.
All right, any questions for Russell?
I promised GK I would say nothing complimentary, so I will not. Thank you, Commissioner. Good session.
Tarrant County had an excellent session, and frankly, that's a testament to the work that you all, the commissioners, have done, as well as our other elected officials and department heads, and of course, Mr. Manias, who would take my phone call at all hours of the day and night to hear me complain about one thing or another. So I just want to say thank you all to everyone. So thank you.
Thanks, sir. Okay, we now have announcements and comments, then we'll take public comments. Then after that, we go into closed session, and following that, we will reconvene for the work session regarding the JPS Capital Improvement Program. So, commissioners, do we have any announcements? Okay, I have 2. The first is, GK, help me out. The program where people come back to Tarrant County from prison, what's the name of it?
Reentry?
For the reentry program. So I want to say this to our staff and to our fellow commissioners. This program, we budgeted for, we pay for bus passes for people that are coming back from prison to be able to go to job interviews and then to be able to get to a job. Obviously, many people, when they come out of prison, they're not sitting on loads of cash to do those things. So it's been a pretty productive program. There's been a lot more people coming into Tarrant County this year than budgeted for. So we had on our agenda an additional $17,000 to purchase bus passes with Trinity Metro. So I asked Susan Young to call Trinity Metro and see, hey, this is government dollars going to government dollars. There's seats available on the buses. Do we really have to pay for this? And she was able to get them to offer a discount. Well, I called someone, and make a long story short, they agreed to waive the charge and provide us these bus passes. And so I appreciate Susan's efforts. I appreciate Trinity Metro very much. But I also bring it up, not to toot my own horn, but just to say, I know there's a lot of things that we do to try to save money and look for ways to cut costs. But there's always more we can do. And for our commissioners, our court, and our staff members, look for ways that we can save these taxpayer dollars. And this is an example of, okay, that's $17,000 that we're going to pay out that we don't have to pay out. And I know there are more. My office is continually looking for them. I encourage you to do the same. And we do a good job of it, but I think we can all do better. I think we all agree with that. So I wanted to bring that up, make sure that was known. The second thing, can either Mr. Cradaville or Mr. Manius, we have notified the nightclub, if you will, Temptations, that their sexually oriented business permit may be revoked. There will be a meeting of the Sexually Oriented Business Board for that purpose on June 21st at 9 a.m. in this room. Is there anything else you'd like to add for the public to know?
It's a public meeting. Anyone's invited to attend.
Yep. Okay. So a lot of people concerned about that issue. Thank you for taking the lead on that, Commissioner Ramirez. If there are no other announcements or comments, we now move to public comments. I have a handful of folks signed up to speak. The first is Joseph Sterling. Is Mr. Sterling here? Okay, please come up to the microphone, state your address, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Joe Sterling. Address is 7826 Rendon Bloodworth Road, Mansfield, Texas. First off, I want to thank Your Honor and the Commissioner's Court. Special thank you to Alyssa for hearing me earlier this week. I appreciate your non-biased and respectful conversation we had. So my name is Joe Sterling. Again, everybody calls me Joe Dirt. I've been in dirt business since, well, for 30 years, providing dirt services, excavation for all the home builders in the Metroplex. So basically on the boat and RV storage, sell fireworks, and the truck parking facility. Apparently my truck parking facility has drawn a lot of attention to my neighbors. They think I'm a public nuisance, if you will. So it is just, it's almost to the point of harassment. I've been getting calls since day one I've started this project. Didn't want me to tear down the trees. Can't really have a parking lot with trees. They're worried about the truckers bringing in unfavorable people in the neighborhood. You know, these truck drivers, they bring everything we get today. Everybody here's had Amazon, FedEx, whatever. And there's a need for the truck drivers. This parking facility basically is to provide that safe, secure parking facility that we don't have in the cities. Most cities won't allow truck parking facilities to be built in their city limits. So I want an unincorporated area to build my facility. Obviously, not everyone's going to like that. In saying that, there's been many accusations of me being unneighborly and to where, you know, I was said to have made a comment of basically my lights was a nuisance, shining in their windows. I got a call, said, you know, I'd be more than happy if anything. Well, first off, do you have blinds you can close? They're shutting in on their children's eyes trying to sleep. And I just simply said, do you have blinds? Can you not shut the blinds? They said, no. I said, you know what? No, they said, don't have blinds. I said, I'd be more than happy to buy blinds for you, give you an Amazon card. So it was just stated that I made some statement as if you're too poor to have blinds. That's absolutely ridiculous. I find that appalling. I grew up very poor. I would never make a statement like that. Anyway, I've only talked to a couple people in the neighborhood. Apparently there's a Kate Zimmerman that I've never spoke to. She was the one that spoke here a few weeks ago and made some of those accusations that tore down trees without a neighbor fence line that I had no permission to do. Him and I had a conversation of that we were clear of that fence line. Once it was done, he had a problem with it. Basically, my point is, I'm just here to provide a service and be accommodating to the needs of our people in the community.
Thank you.
Other than that, they're worried about my fireworks that I want to be popping off.
Sir, your time is up.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. Next up is Jennifer LeBeau.
I need to state my name and address, is that right?
Sure.
Okay. My name is Jennifer LeBeau. My address is 3801 Bel Air Drive South in Fort Worth, 76109. I want to let y'all know that although I am a member of Broadway Baptist Church and support our justice initiatives, I'm not speaking to you today on behalf of Broadway. My remarks are my own. I want to thank you for taking the time to listen to concerned members of the community, and I want to encourage the court to consider the following points as you make decisions about the Tarrant County Jail administration and budget. First, it would be better for Tarrant County and for the jail population therein if we do not renew the $18 million contract with the private prison in Garza County. Instead, by rescinding that contract, those funds can be used in more effective ways, such as rehabilitation and diversion services and treatment programs and facilities for substance addiction, mental illness, and behavioral issues. In addition, using the private prison may be putting rights of the jail population at risk. The right to medical care and the right to privacy in meetings with their attorneys are just two of the rights that are not adequately protected by this contract. Distance from resources, family, and support networks also burdens the jail population unduly. Tarrant County should not continue in this contract with the private prison. Second, the $45 million to $50 million budget for a new sheriff's training center is a sum too large for that purpose. Militarizing our sheriff department is not in Tarrant County's best interest, as that would exacerbate, not improve, the lack of accountability and transparency that continues to plague our county justice system. Instead, I'm asking the Commissioners Court to work with Tarrant County District Attorney, the criminal courts, and the other stakeholders to strengthen and expand the cite and release program for low-level, nonviolent offenses. I also ask the Commissioners Court to seriously consider suing the state of Texas to force the state to take those who have been tried and sentenced to a state prison. The county's responsibility to hold such persons has ended, and we shouldn't have to continue housing them. By reducing our jail population, we will also see a reduced cost to the county. By strengthening programs that address rehabilitation and treatment, we will see community improvement as well as achieving a more just, constitutionally sound, and fiscally responsible approach to our county justice system. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Sharon Justice.
Can I have a comment if I may, Judge?
Sure.
So on the point on the state taking their prisoners, it wasn't mentioned in the legislative update, but it's one thing that I think we brushed over. HB 2620 passed this year, thanks to our great state rep, Charlie Guerin, and then our state senator, Phil King, on the Senate side, and a lot of negotiation with our Tarrant County representatives and Lieutenant Governor and everybody else who was involved. And that will mandate that the state has to take their prisoners within 45 days, or they have to compensate the county for holding them. So I am curious to see what impact that has on the Garza County agreement, because it's my understanding that that agreement was primarily for taking prisoners that were state ready or sentenced, so to speak. But I couldn't be more pleased with that bill and how it came out. I mean, and it could have saved the county $10 to $12 million per year on holding costs if you look back at 19, 20, and 21. So that's a great bill. Maybe alleviate some of those concerns, and hopefully we would never have to sue the state because now we have a law that says they've got to take them. So that was just a great. We brushed over the legislative, but that was one that I'm pretty excited about.
Okay. Thank you. Next up is Sharon Justice. Is Ms. Justice here? Okay, next up is Sharon Hines.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I jump every time you call Sharon Justice. I keep thinking it's my turn. I'm here to speak on behalf of the overcrowding of the Tarrant County Jail. And I appreciate the comment about the bill being passed, because that was one of my points, that they won't even take the prisoners. I'm asking the commission, will you look into the cite and release issue that was reported in January 2023? That might help with the overcrowding. And I'm also asking you, would you look at the bail process, and that magistrates do not have to answer for their reasoning for, citing bail? That might be a cause for overcrowding. I'm concerned about poverty being a crime, and if you're in jail and can't afford to get out, I'm asking the commission, would you please look at that? If we're also presumed innocent until proven guilty, and people are sitting in jail waiting for trials, I'm asking the commission to please investigate that as well. I thank you for the mental health initiative that you took, so that relieves some of the strain, but I'm also asking that you look into the death of Robert Miller, who was also poor and homeless, and that might be criminalizing poverty. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Bob Willoughby.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Get started here on this thing. What my complaint is about, or what I understand, is that from the Secretary of State that you're the top. So if you can't help me, then I guess we're out of luck here. So I appreciate that. I think you're doing a great job regardless. I ran this last election here, and there's so many questions around the last election here. It is terribly how it's ran and things done in the counting booth and stuff like that. So I did file yesterday a contest of my election. In the absence of an election lawyer, I had to do it myself. There is no election lawyer to help you, so you got to depend. So it'll probably fall, But anyway, I filed it. Trying to get questions answered about this election, which is one thing I need, someone to answer some questions. There's a lot of questions, okay? The election officer said call Bill Hanning, the public information officer, okay? I tried for a week calling Bill Hanning. He never returned a phone call. I called the main office. They transferred me to him. He accidentally answered, so I caught him. He was very rude. Very rude. I was going to ask 3 questions. One was, would you come on our local voter education program, which I do, to try to get our public knowing what's going on and share this information with everybody. Instead of just me, let's share it with everybody. He said no, he would not come on the show. 2, I asked him, who do I file against when you're going to contest the election? I have no one to tell me this. It's hard to find out these answers. He said he couldn't answer that. He said that was a legal question. Not true. Troy from the election company, I don't know if you know who I'm talking about, but anyway, he called me back. And he said, Gina Bivens would be the one you do it. That was nice of him, okay? He works for the election anyway. He answered that, but Bill didn't answer it. 3rd, I was going to ask Bill a question. Before I could ask it, he said, I'm not going to ask any more questions, and he hung up. This is a county employee. Now, I worked for the Dallas Cowboys for over 32 years. And I have had a contract with the NFL Super Bowl for 25 consecutive years. I'm very proud of that. Anybody working for my company acting like this man would be fired immediately. Now, just because he works for the Tarrant County does not mean that he should be able to treat people with disrespect. We should be treated with respect regardless, and he should never hung up on me. That was wrong. I want a letter of apology from this man is what I'd like. Now, I may not get it. I understand that. But I want some kind of disciplinary action, something to the employees to treat people with respect, to hang up on someone. I spent $11,000 of my hard-earned money running this last election. My money, clean money, not dirty POA money, not at all. And I didn't take any fire association money, none of that. It's clean money, okay? And that's hard-earned money. It's different. When you get tons of money to run on, you don't work for that money, so you don't, it's easy to spend that money and let it go. This is my money. I wanted some answers from this man about our election. It's very important about our election, what happened. and our booting, and with Kat stepping down, which is she was a ballot counter, whatever. Anyways, a lot of things swirling around this election, a lot. And they can be answered. But who do I go to get the answers? So if you can help me get an answer and do something about Bill, I would appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our last speaker signed up is Catherine Godby.
Good afternoon. I'm Catherine Godby with Broadway Baptist Church. Just a couple of things. First, we are finalizing our letter to the Department of Justice asking for an investigation into the Tarrant County Jail. We have almost 700 people who have signed saying they want to know what happened to Robert Miller, and more broadly, they want to know what are the conditions in the Tarrant County Jail that allowed this 38-year-old man to lose his life. Second, I assume the county is into its budgeting process, so I want to advocate for taking a serious look at rescinding that contract with MTC, the private prison company in Garza County. Are we planning on spending another $18 million this year to renew the contract? And if so, why are we doing that when there are plenty of other ways to reduce the jail population? Obviously, the goal of a private for-profit prison is to make money by incarcerating people. The more people in jail, the more money they make. So if our goal is really public safety, what sense does it make to feed the use of private prisons whose whole reason for being is to applaud having more criminals, more money? Their incentive is really not public safety, and yet this court supports them. Plus, you say you want to save the taxpayers' money. Okay, short term, maybe so. But long term, won't we save more money by really getting to the real cause of crime? What sense does it make to keep spending $18 million year after year, potentially, to feed this criminal justice system that depends on having more and more criminals? Some people believe that people are just born bad, which makes it super easy to rationalize finding these bad people so that we can just lock them up and throw away the key. And speaking as a retired Christian pastor and hospice chaplain, I really don't believe anyone is born bad. What's really bad is the bad theology that idea comes from. Every human being bears the image of God. We are God bearers, and that should be the basis of our public policy. When we start looking for the good in ourselves and others, we won't be trying to make more money by building more prisons. We'll start looking for the real causes of crime because we know that's what will save money and that's what will keep the public safe, and because we know it's the right and moral thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that's all the folks we have signed up to speak. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? All right, seeing none. Please remain seated and silent while I read the following statement. The Commissioners' Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under Sections 551071, 72, 74, 76, 87, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are now in recess to go into closed session.
It is like mortgage paper. Tried to get them as many as I could.
All right, we on here?
Yes, we are.
All right, after a lengthy executive session, we are now back into open session. The item that we had discussed and closed and we're now ready to receive a brief presentation on and take possible action is item 5 from the administrator's section, consideration and possible action regarding the adoption of new sexually oriented business regulations in the unincorporated area of Tarrant County. Mr. Cradaville.
Judge O'Hare, members of the court, the county has the ability to adopt regulations that govern sexually oriented businesses under Texas Local Government Code, section 243.003. Currently, the county does have sexually oriented business regulations that are in effect. Those were first adopted in 1990 and have been amended at various points since then. It is our recommendation that the court adopt newly revised sexually oriented business regulations to supersede the current regulations that would go into effect immediately upon adoption by this court. A draft version of those regulations have been distributed to the members of the court. I'm happy to answer any questions or make any amendments to those draft regulations that the court may ask for.
All right, do we have any questions or comments? If not, I will make a motion.
Second.
Oh, I need to make it first.
So are you asking that they make a motion and second before they give you comments or corrections? Is that what?
Yeah, no, I'm asking if there's any questions or comments from court members. If not, then I'm going to make a motion.
Well, I won't. Okay. I don't have any questions. I think the document that you provided, the feedback that you've given throughout the process, has been incredibly valuable. I appreciate you putting together the new and updated guidelines. I believe the last ones that we had were from the 90s, and as the county has grown, I think so has our need for revamping and updating these regulations. So I appreciate your work on this and everybody in the DA's office for putting this together. So, thanks, Mark.
Okay, any other questions for Mr. Cradaville? Okay, seeing none, I will make a motion that we adopt the new sexually oriented business regulations as drafted with the following amendments or additions. One is that any business operating under such a permit must close no later than 1 a.m. and any parking lot used or affiliated with the business must be cleared out by 1:15 a.m.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Okay, the new regulations with the amendments passed unanimously. Thank you for your work, Mr. Cradaville.
Thank you, Judge. And just for purposes of the information for the court, I'll go ahead and implement that change immediately and provide a copy to the clerk, so it'll be on file with the court immediately.
Okay. The hearing will go on as scheduled on June 21st at 9 a.m. regarding the closure of Temptations. And with that, we have no other business to discuss on the regular agenda.
I would suggest that we, at this point, recess and reconvene in room 504C.
Yes. Okay, at this point, our Commissioners Court meeting is recessed, so we can reconvene in 504C to hear presentations from prospective contractors on JPS. We are now recessed to move into that meeting room.
I don't need it. I will leave it there and you can collect it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
How's everybody doing?
Got a fun day for you, huh?
Nah, a little bit.
You doing okay today? You doing okay today?
Yeah, good. Good. Did everybody tell y'all you're limited to 5 minutes? Did you get that?
Sure. Here's the project. We're done.
I don't want those turned in yet till I read them.
Okay.
TK, you only have one firm in the room at a time?
Sir?
We only have one firm in the room at a time?
That's correct. And I'll make some comments right as we get going about those issues.
All right, we're just waiting for one commissioner. So this is all your team?
Yes, sir.
Are these individuals not part of your team?
No, sir. They're all part of the team.
Did you leave a big crowd at home?
We want to do right by you, so bring a special.
Goodness gracious. Is he anchoring the newscast?
I know.
15 minutes of fame.
Have you been over to Jellicoe Circle lately? You been over there? So I want to know it's I looked at it very early on.
Yeah. They are.
I wondered if they're tearing them down or anything.
So the Jellicoe Circle?
Jellicoe.
Yeah, we have friends that live in that. Yeah, they're still same size.
Is there a bunch of tear downs going on over there? No?
Not really.
No.
Yeah, we have friends, they've been there 5 years, kind of back now.
That's where you live?
No, but I'll listen.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I did
No,
too.
I live 5 different homes. Broadus, Levis, Broadus and Levis.
I live down by the lake.
Up on a hill, road called Hilltop. And, when I was, right before I was commissioner, the county line was the next house over their property. But we got in this lawsuit with Denton. So this is
And that couldn't have been tear?
And that moved, well, it was in there. But it was right on, I mean, it was, its fence line was with the water.
Would you check and make sure
From here where I took office, when that lawsuit took effect, and we actually moved
physically move the line. You know, it went up to the middle of Great Blake Grapevine.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Do you know that house back there? It's in a little circle. It's white, blue roof, and it looks like a New England, it looks like Martha's Vineyard. You know what you're talking about? I drive by there probably once every 2 weeks.
I see dirt flying over there.
Okay, all right, okay, okay, great, thank you. Just
Unfortunately, I won't still be on. We got
habit to habit. Hey, tell him we're starting. We are, okay.
Everybody's got a sell-by date. Everybody's
Okay.
got a sell-by date.
We're going to go ahead and get started here. GK, you have some announcements you'd like to make here?
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, since we have some new members of the court, I want to introduce two individuals that have been working on this entire bond program from the very beginning. And Lou Mattingly, who is with the JPS Hospital, Lou was on when we actually put all the documents and everything that we needed to go out on RFPs for. And so Lou's been with us a long time. And then Derek Walls. Derek is with Broadus. They're our owner's representative, and they're leading the efforts for the county and for the hospital district. So you'll see these individuals as we continue to build onto the new campus, and they both do an excellent job. For those that are in the audience, I need to ask, is there anyone in the audience here that is with the VEC organization? Okay, this is an open meeting, but we have sequestered VEC from viewing this on live stream, and just want to make sure that everybody knew that, and they fully agreed with that. So they are not watching your presentation, and we are not going to live stream VEC's presentation until the meeting is totally over with. Okay? Very good. Your Honor, that's all my comments. The first group is Paige, and Derek, do you have any comments about Paige before we get started?
No, I don't, but just to say that the selection committee at JPS went through a pretty exhaustive process with Lou and his team, developed the scores, and it was ranked 1 and 2, and that went to the JPS planning committee and then on to the board, and that's what brings them here today is for these two firms. And this is a team, and they'll probably explain that, of Page is one company and Hopper Welker is a team.
Okay. Turning it over?
Yes.
Thank you very much. John, want to start us out?
Yes, to start off, my name is John Castorina, and I'm the managing partner of Hafer Welker, and I will serve as the design director and lead designer on this project.
Beth?
Hi. Hi, Haywan Kim Labrad, and I'm the lead medical planner.
I'm Jaron Ricketts. I'll be your project director and a daily point of contact.
I'm Beth Carroll. I'm a principal at Page, and I will be your senior medical planner on the project.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jason Williamson with Dunaway, civil engineer and liaison with the state board.
I'm Nora Coleman. I am a practicing critical care physician, and I serve on the healthcare advisory board for Page.
I'm Darren Harvey. I'm a mechanical engineer by trade with SSR. I'll be the principal in charge of the engineering systems for the project.